that button.
Press, it'll light up green. Jim, you ought to be able to hear me in that speaker. You talk, hit green.
Do I need to turn off mine?
Check. So
Okay.
you hear everyone talk.
Yeah.
I got it. Talk, and you're good. Test 1, 2, 3. Press that button.
Okay.
You go green, you're live. You can turn it on whenever you're ready.
Trish Bodie, here. Gloria Gonzalez Delequia. Oh.
Ready. Sorry, not even close.
Oh.
I got you.
Trish Bodie. Gloria Gonzalez Delequia. Here. Alexis Grimes. Here.
I did notice something in my profile.
Hi, Devin.
Trish Bodie. Here. Gloria Gonzalez Delequia. Here. Alexis Grimes. Here. Grace Barber Jordan. Here. Aaron Johnson.
Here.
Jim McKay.
Here.
Pamela Wagner.
Here. With a quorum of the members being present, I now call to order the August 27th regular board meeting of the Leander Independent School District Board of Trustees. We will now proceed on with our agenda item, the opening ceremony, and we will move into our Pledge of Allegiance. Our Child Nutrition Services team from Danielson Middle School will lead us in our pledge tonight. Please welcome Christina Teal, April Ransur, Kathy Cunningham, Karen Davis, Elise Stickrod, Jessica Lopez McGovern, Margaret Hunt, and Mary Ruiz. While this is a brand new team for the district's brand new campus, these wonderful women have contributed a combined 51 years of service. They are joining us now via pre-recorded video. Will you please stand? Some of you are already ready. I love that. For the U.S. and Texas Pledge of Allegiance.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state under God, one and indivisible.
Thank you. We will now go to the moment of silence.
If you would please join us in a moment of silence.
Thank you.
All right. This evening, we'll be moving our agenda a little bit to try to make sure we keep the conversation fluid and we make sure we focus on the primary items keep those as much time as we can for some of our big topics on the agenda. So we will now be moving into closed session. It's 6:19, and the board will go into closed session for the purposes permitted by the Texas Government Code, including Texas Government Code 551.071, consultation with attorney regarding pending or contemplated litigation and or attorney-client privilege matter. Texas Government Code 551.074, deliberation regarding resignations, terminations, employment, reassignment, duties, and evaluation of personnel and public officers. Texas Government Code 551.074, superintendent summative evaluation and employment. No action will be taken in closed. We should be returning within about approximately an hour to an hour and a half. All right, it is 7:57, and we are now back in open session. We will move on to the next item of business on our agenda for this evening, which would be citizen comments. Well, I'm going to go ahead. We're going to move citizen comments up on the agenda. Yeah?
We really need to take action.
On the close. You want to take action on administration? Do we need to take action on close before the end of the evening?
That's fine. If you want to do it later, we just want to come back.
We just want to do, well, we can go ahead and do it. Do we have the motions? Okay, are you ready?
I move that the Board of Trustees accept the recommendations for administrator probationary employment contract for personnel additions as presented in accordance with the salary scale, policies, and contract of Leander Independent School District for the 2020-21 school year.
I'll second.
I have a motion from Alexis, a second from Jim. All those in favor? Okay, did Alexis in favor? Pam, are you in favor? Okay, 7 ayes, no nays, motion carries. Are there any others? Yes, we'll do all the motions. We'll go ahead and do close so we keep it in order.
I move that the Board of Trustees accept the recommendations for teacher employment contract for personnel additions as presented in accordance with the salary scale, policies, and contract of Leander Independent School District for the 2020-21 school year.
I'll second.
I have a motion from Alexis, a second from Jim. All those in favor? 7 ayes, no nays, motion carries. I believe there's one more motion from closed. Oh, Pam, can you turn on your mic? Press the little button on the right. Thank you.
Sorry about that.
No
we
worries.
have new rules. I move that the board approve the agreement to resolve a pending parent-student dispute as presented by council in closed session.
I'll second.
I have a motion from Pam, a second from Jim. All those in favor, please raise your hand. 7 ayes, no nays, motion carries. All right, that concludes our closed session agenda item for this evening. We'll be moving now on to citizen comments. I understand we do have a good number of citizen comments ready to speak. Board members, and for citizens and people who are listening online, we have just over 40 people signed up to speak. That could equate to almost 3 hours tonight for citizen comments. My current goal, what that would also mean then is that it looks like we might be getting an agenda at approximately 11 p.m. We'll try to help move and streamline our agenda when we get there. We will put some items that can possibly wait for discussions later towards the very end to see how board desire is. But we have some heavy items on our agenda that are at the top that still puts us at 11 or 12 o'clock before we're even able to take a vote. So we have a lot of robust discussion. Board members, I also know that it's going to be a long night. I do appreciate our citizens who have signed up to speak. But my current thought as well is that we should probably take a short break every 60 minutes to take and stretch our legs. Short break, I'm not thinking of something really long, but we do need to make sure we kind of get that moment as well. Do we have our first citizen ready? Is somebody there? Okay. I understand they're not in there yet, so. Board members with technical difficulties, it could be longer than 3 hours tonight. But we will get
The first speaker is Zach Long.
Zach, you're our first speaker for this evening. Congratulations, you're the lucky winner. We're gonna start off, I'm gonna give a little citizen comment speech that I do at the beginning, and hopefully this will work for all the other citizen comments who are listening online. Thank you for joining us this evening. If you are listening online, waiting to speak in citizen comments, when you're brought into the meeting, I will ask you if you have heard my opening remarks. And if you say yes, You will save time for us having to repeat them. So here are the remarks I'm referring to. Please note this format is not a conversation, not a back and forth discussion. So we ask that your comments respect that limitation, and as such, please refrain from directing comments about an individual by name who would not be able to respond. Our board operating procedures enumerates further requests, but I will sum up by saying we encourage polite and professional conduct. You have up to 3 minutes to address the Board of Trustees, and there will be something, if you're looking on the screen, some type of sign or something that comes up when your 3 minutes are up. As you might have heard at the beginning of the meeting, it's going to be a very long meeting. And the Board of Trustees last week got done with our agenda around 2 a.m. and we still had things on the table. We want to continue to have those good discussions. We want you to be able to speak, but we will ask you when you do see your time is up, please, for the rest of the agenda and for consideration of other speakers, wrap it up as quickly as possible when you see that 3 minutes. Thank you. You're ready to begin whenever you are. I'm ready.
And we're on mute.
Zach, can you wait for 1 second? Stop just 1 second. Can we get audio on Zach? Zach, can you say hello to us? Okay. We might have to do a few tests. Again, we are setting up a system, so we haven't heard you yet, but we're working on it. Still can't hear you, but thank you for testing out.
Are we sure it's not on his side?
Is that?
Because I'm not hearing Jason either. I'm not sure why. It was working right before the board meeting.
Of course it was working right before the board meeting. That's the way technology works. Do we need to turn it off and turn it back on? My husband tells me reboot if it doesn't work.
No, that would be bad.
Oh, okay. Well, then don't do that. Hello? Board members, as we're waiting to have citizen comments come up, I'd like to direct you to part of your agenda this evening that we might not be moving to. Under reports and discussion items A, B, and C, there are items in your packet that you can go ahead and read now while we're waiting. The core beliefs and the discussion on how to handle resolutions will be at our next meeting. But the Leander Council PTAs we already heard, and the LEAF update. That only leaves 2 other items that will most likely we will not get to tonight, but you may go ahead and look at them in your board books. The business and financial monthly reports and the general construction update. If you have any questions, you can reach out to the individuals in charge of those agenda items. That means when we conclude our citizen comments and we move on into consent agenda and communications, tonight we should have mainly the action items where we're going to focus our discussions on this evening. We can hear you. Oh, I'm so excited.
Did you hear me?
I can't hear you.
Okay, so did you waiting?
Okay, let's go ahead and have him back whenever y'all are ready. We heard him.
Did you hear me? Oh, good. That's exciting.
Thank you for your patience. Thank you so much for joining us this evening. And your 3 minutes can begin when you are ready, my friend.
Okay. Dr. Gearing, District Leadership and Board of Trustees, thank you for allowing me to speak this evening, though I have to admit, not being told citizen comments would be pushed back before the meeting began felt a little insulting. I came before you last week to plead with you to do the right thing, to postpone in-person learning, to keep students and teachers safe. After speaking last week, I was troubled to hear that if the board and leadership team were to ask teachers how they felt about going back, they would have to be prepared to listen, so it might not be best to ask. Well, you may not want to hear what we have to say, and you may push back citizen comments, but we're still going to speak up, and I hope you will listen tonight. I've talked with many teachers around the district this week, dedicated teachers who love their jobs, but these dedicated teachers are not willing to sacrifice their lives. There are too many outstanding teachers who will leave this district, who will leave the profession to keep their families and themselves safe. You should vote tonight to keep those teachers in our district by protecting us and keeping our safety in mind. I was proud to see most of the board and superintendent sent a letter to TEA in July demanding TEA change its course of action to allow for school districts to remain in virtual learning until it was safe to go back. But I'm incredibly sad to see the district abandon these demands so quickly and easily. Why are you refusing to lead courageously? We saw a superintendent in San Antonio declare that he has the backs of his teachers and wants to keep their safety as a top priority, even if that means fighting back against TEA. Why have we not seen the same from our district? If we are one LISD, if we are a family, why are our families' leaders refusing to stick up for us? Your silence is deafening. It screams that you are willing to be complicit with the destruction that this pandemic has inflicted and will continue to inflict on our communities. And on top of this decision, I learned yesterday that the board will vote to potentially strike down key inclusive language that was proposed as part of the new dress code. For months, the district has claimed to make equity a priority, but yet we are willing to disregard that commitment by striking out inclusive language designed to protect our most vulnerable students. Equity is not just a talking point. You must keep your commitment to equity by including specific language to protect our students no matter their race, sex, gender identity or expression, sexual orientation, ethnicity, disability, religion, cultural observance, household income, or body type and size. Know this, if you vote to send students and teachers back to campus too early, before it is safe, our district leadership is responsible for the consequences and further destruction. If you vote to strike down inclusive language in the dress code, our district leadership is responsible for perpetuating racism, homophobia, sexism, and outright intolerance in what is supposed to be an equitable district. Tonight is the night where you must make the decision to do what is right, to support students and teachers, to keep us safe, to keep equity a priority and really mean it. Show you care about our lives. Lead courageously. Thank you.
Good evening, Madam President. The next speaker is Kara Owen.
Okay.
Tell her to talk, she'll come up on the screen.
Kara, can you say can you say hello to the board?
Can you hear me?
There we go. So I've now found out that I need to tell our people in the community to speak, and that way you can come into the screen. We see you. Can you hear us?
I can.
Awesome. Now, did you hear the opening remarks I did? Oh, thank you. Okay. You may begin whenever you're ready.
I had the privilege of serving on the dress code committee this summer, and I want to thank Alexis Grimes for allowing me the opportunity. I had reached out to her last year to express my frustration with the dress code. My kids are 8 years and younger, and none of them have ever been dress coded, so I didn't have the typical run-in with dress code. I took one of my daughters to kindergarten camp, her first introduction to school. Dress code was addressed, and about 10 parts were pulled from it to be shared. 9 of the 10 were specifically addressed to girls, to 5-year-old girls. Girls' tank tops should be 3 fingers wide. Girls should not wear leggings. Girls should wear shorts under their skirts. It was an incredibly disheartening moment for me to see that overt sexist practices were being applied to my daughter at the age of 5. That she had to learn that rules are different for her than for boys, and that she has more rules, a lot more. All of the questions y'all asked last week, the committee discussed in an incredible depth of detail. The result of the committee discussion is a dress code that does not penalize girls for being girls, and an expectation that discrimination of any kind should be absent from all dress code violations. As I prepared to serve on the committee, I put in a public information request for dress code violations. In the 2017-18 year, 69% of the recorded infractions were girls and 31% were minorities. In the 2018-19 year, the boy-girl ratio shifted to 46% for girls and 54% for boys, but the minority dress code violations jumped to 82%. In the 2019-20 year, 77% of the dress code violations were given to females and 38% were given to minority students. If you look at this data objectively, two things are clear. First, girls are disproportionately targeted, and second, when boys get dress coded more equitably, the minority percentages skyrocket. Based on this data, I think it is reasonable to say the old dress code penalized students based on their gender and race. The areas currently redlined on the dress code take away the protections we built in for students. Those protections made it clear that students can't be discriminated against based on their gender and race, among other things. My daughter was already sent the message at 5 years old that she is subject to gender-based bias. Do we really want to continue telling our students that? Are we not okay building protections into a document that has historically been used to discriminate? I don't know if the proposed dress code will fix all the problems. I suspect it will have to be akin to a living document. And when we see the real life implementation of it, then we can see what adjustments need to be made. I do know that the previous dress code did not put our best foot forward and created an environment ripe for discrimination. We have the opportunity to fix that, and the proposed community-built dress code is a step in the right direction. Thank you.
Thank you, Kara. Do we have our next speaker?
Yes, ma'am. The next citizen speaker is Deanna Perkins.
All right. Deanna, are you there? Let's see. Deanna, can you hear us? I think you might still be on mute.
Yes, I am here.
All right. Deanna, did you hear the opening comments I made?
I did.
Okay. And do you realize your video's not on? Are you okay with that?
I'm actually trying, my computer is acting up, but we will make do. Here we go. Hold
okay.
on.
You may begin when you're ready. Please, if you don't, oh, there you are. Hi.
Hi.
Good to see you. And
Okay.
you should see then the 3 minutes on your screen when your 3 minutes are up. You can begin whenever you're ready. Thank you.
Thank you so much. First of all, good evening, Dr.
Of course, we need to stop the timer or give her time back. Is this on our end? Oh, Deanna? Can you hear us? Oh no, we lost connection with you. Hello. We are lip reading right now, but it would be good to hear your actual testimony and voice. Okay. Did it mess up? Can you say hello again? There's something going on with your signal. Can we get Deanna to go to waiting room and work that out and then have her come back? All right, Deanna, we're going to send you to the waiting room. Something's going on. We're being told by tech that it might be in your end because it froze you up. But we're going to see whose end it's on, get it fixed, and bring you back in a bit. All right. Do we have our next speaker? Tech, I know this is an extremely tense moment and you'd love to pull them up online right when they get done. We would love for that too, but I know that you're working as best you can. This is a new setup, so we appreciate you, and we know we'll get there. Melissa, can you hear us?
Doing the audio thing, it comes on in a second. When I lose their signal,
Okay.
it takes a second.
It'll take a second for us to hear you, Melissa. Can you hear us now?
She can hear us, we can't hear her.
Yeah. I'm glad you can hear us. We just want to hear you. We're going to wait, I think, 30 seconds, and then we should be able to hear from her, is what you're thinking? Melissa? Okay, we're still working on it. Melissa, can you hear us?
I can hear you now.
Melissa, just a second. We are doing a workaround to try to move this a little faster. The workaround, though, requires some of our tech to go out into the hallway. Board members, while tech is working on this, and Melissa is being so patient, so thank you so much. They're going to get that fixed. We're going to do a couple of minor business items here to get us moving forward, because it is going to be a late night. We can go ahead and look at our consent agenda, board members, and approve that. If you would look over those items and see if you have any questions or want to remove any of them off of consent for further discussion.
Madam.
Can you Mike? Right.
I move that we accept the consent agenda as presented.
I'll second.
I have a motion from Grace, a second from Jim. Any other discussion? All those in favor, please raise your hand. All right. 7 ayes, no nays. Motion carries on consent. We'll move on to communication announcements. We'll start with superintendent remarks.
I do not have anything at this time, Madam President. Thank you.
All right. Board members, are there any remarks?
I second.
I would like to tell the board of a couple of things to be aware of and to be on the lookout for. Board Book Premiere, and this is general housekeeping stuff, but we have time to talk about it right now. Board Book Premiere is a new type of frame interface we're going to be using, and we will be required to move to it. I forget the date, but it's coming up. So Donna has graciously kind of given us a test run. That'll be in our September meeting, the Team of 8 training we do for evaluating and improving student outcomes. The information, the agenda will be in Board Book Premiere. And eventually, all of our agendas will end up being Board Book Premiere. So this is our test run. Donna sent you information about a video and details on it. If you have any questions, take a deep breath and then call Donna. The other thing, Alexis Grimes, our board member, has been reappointed to the One Star Foundation. So congratulations on your reappointment.
Thank you so much.
Yes, very good. Board members, there is a button on your right. You may notice it with our mics. You press it when you talk, and when you're done, you press it to turn it off. And what else do you need to know this evening? The State Board of Education is pulling up the trustee framework at their September 1st and 2nd meeting. It'll actually be the School Initiatives Subcommittee that'll be talking about the trustee training. There's been a lot of discussion among trustees and TASB. Although we agree the board member training needs to be excellent, that as trustees, we need to be looking at student achievement and how we're reaching goals. There are also some concerns if the framework moves away or is no longer reflective of statute. So I will be speaking during the SBOE meeting at that. And I encourage y'all to listen in because as the discussions continue, we want to remain vigilant as we're looking at things such as local control. Finally, a Team of 8 retreat will be coming up. Please, I know Dr. Gehring's already mentioned this. We'll be looking for a weekend retreat. We'll be looking at our evaluation document. As you know, we had our superintendent evaluation document. We now can go back, revise. How did it work for us? How did it not work for us? How do we streamline it or make it work and do the document the way it's supposed to? We'll also at that time be doing an evaluation of the board. And then as we onboard new trustees, we'll be going over our operating procedures and team building. So there'll be dates coming your way on that.
Trish, could we do a couple of quick items, maybe the order of election and the board meeting dates?
I need to confirm, so I've got to go talk to somebody to make sure nobody has signed up for those items. If anybody signed up for the items, we can't. So I just need to make sure that we know for sure who signed up for what item. So if y'all give me a second, I'll go check on that.
Sure. Whatever you want to bring me at this point.
Just bring the whole cart.
You think? Disgust. I am so disgusted.
Board members, we're going to take about a 3-minute break. We have a cable that's being connected, and then we will be ready to resume our public testimony. So 8:26, 27, 28, 29. 8:29, be ready.
Back away. You're picking up here. No, so that's not it.
Unless those are headphones.
No. I don't know how to.
Test, 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 test.
Okay, so I got you now.
What'd you do?
Hang on, let me make sure this one.
Did you do something over there?
Okay, so it's back on now.
Test, 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 test. Test, 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 test.
I hear you here.
Yeah. So right now we're good. I just can't promise that it's not going to quit again.
What'd you do though? Nothing?
I didn't do anything. It just comes and goes. That's what I'm saying. When we tested it.
I appreciate y'all's patience. Y'all are in this for the long haul tonight. So I appreciate your patience. I also appreciate our citizens' patience who are waiting online to get in. Hopefully we have this solved, but we're going to give it a run and see. Hello?
Hello?
Hi, Melissa.
Yes.
It is so good to see and hear you.
Awesome. Good.
Thank you so much for your patience. I apologize. It devastates me that you had to go through all of that. Thank y'all. And you're ready to begin whenever. Oh, did you hear my opening comments?
Yes, I did.
Okay. Feels like yesterday. I know. All right.
Yes. No, it's all good.
All right. Thank you so much. You may begin when you're ready.
Okay. I wanted to talk with you, the board. You gave us an opportunity and a choice in the beginning. We responded with either we wanted to go back to in person or to stay home. Well, for my family, chose to go back in person, and I am totally 100% okay with that. The numbers in Wilco as of today are way below 300, not even including any children that are sick. And children, as you know, are not really passing it or carrying it. So the teachers are at the smallest risk by going back to school. I know what I'm sending my children into, and I am totally okay with that because I see the hurting that it's doing to their education by continuing with this online schooling. I have watched my second grader bawl and cry and be devastated and asking not to get on the next Zoom call. I am appalled that we are still doing this. Children do not learn in this type of an environment. It is not okay. We have public schools for a reason. They are not meant to be run this way, even during a pandemic. Liberty Hill went back to school today. Schools around the country are returning and they are okay and they are handling it well. Also, I have children that want to play sports desperately for Leander ISD. And you are not helping things. Every time you push things back, you are putting these kids at risk. They need to be able to go to sports. They need to be able for their physical and mental health. You are also, every time you choose to push the date back, kids can't play sports, they cannot get scholarships, then you in return are taking away from their future. To me, this is not acceptable. I have never been more moved in my life to be part of this movement to get our children back in school. I have never wanted to fight for something so hard because I personally see it in my home. I have two other children that are in middle and high school, and another high schooler. And my two middle schoolers hate every single day getting on their Zoom calls. They're not learning. No matter how many things I set up in my home, I am a good mother, but school is meant to be school and is meant to be taught in person. As we see tonight with the technical difficulties, this happens to our children daily. And if you had them in person in school, things like this would not happen and they would thrive and they would love school. They would stop hating what you're making them do. I am not understanding why we keep coming back to this subject when you promise one thing and then go to another. I hope that you take the time tonight to truly listen to the parents that want to send their children back to school. Do what is right.
Thank you, Melissa. All right, our next speaker, is it Deanna? Are we pulling her back in now?
This is going to be Lindsay Metcalf.
Okay. Lindsay, are you there?
Yes.
Lindsay, I guess you can hear us too. Did you hear my opening remarks when we started?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
Awesome. All right, Lindsay, whenever you're ready, you can begin.
Oh, wait, I hear multiple things going on.
Okay. Do you have the live feed up? Do you need to push that one down maybe?
Oh, mayhaps.
Okay.
Okay.
There we go. All right, now can you just hear me?
Yes.
Awesome. All right, well, whenever you're ready, you may begin.
Thank you so much. Madam President and the members of the LASD board, I come to you today as a concerned staff member and community member. I'm in my second year as an educator in LASD, and hopefully I look forward to a long tenure with the district, growing my program and perfecting my craft as an educator. But I'm gravely afraid that the board has not done enough to support the safety of staff and students to make that a reality. On the topic of dress code, I'm incredibly troubled to see the removal of the purposeful, inclusive language that was established by dedicated staff to create a sense of safety and belonging for all students, regardless of race, sex, gender identity or expression, sexual orientation, ethnicity, disability, religion, cultural observance, household income, or body type and size. I ask you, what is the benefit of removing this language? Where is the harm in our students seeing themselves reflected and protected in the verbiage in the dress code? I love the diversity of the students that come into my classroom. I learn so much from them every day. How are we going to continue this exchange of experiences if they feel erased? Where is the equality that you were selling only weeks ago? On the topic of the pandemic, I have too many concerns to name here, but ultimately keeping my students safe requires information and preparation. Why don't we have clear information about which students choose to come in person so we can effectively plan classroom procedures and create seating charts and safe spaces for the students that will be in our rooms? The concern that keeps me up at night is the lack of a plan for what happens when cases climb. How many students and staff need to be infected before we close again? What is the specific threshold? This is absolutely not a decision that should be made in the moment based on gut feelings and intuition. Without a plan in place for closure, and we will need one, we are putting lives at stake. There's also an overwhelming narrative present on social media and on thought exchanges that teachers are lazy and don't want to do this work. I promise you this isn't the case. I care about my students and I want to be educating. However, educating cannot occur if students are in a persistent state of trauma and fear. Yes, they are my students, but first and foremost, they are humans who will be dealing with the effects of this pandemic long after they leave my classroom. This includes experiencing the illness and death of their peers and community members. These are the memories that will hold the strongest. I recognize there's no decision that you will make that will make everyone happy, but please do what is best for the safety of our community. I love my job and I love my students, but part of loving my students is speaking for what will be best for them. Please consider what will be best in the long run for the human beings that we are held responsible for, as well as the longevity of the mental and physical health of the staff that are still here. I am not a hero, and the safety of my students should not be reduced to a gamble. Thank you.
Thank you, Lindsay. Our next speaker.
The next speaker is Deanna Perkins.
Deanna, are you there?
I'm here. Can you hear me?
Deanna, I can hear you. You know what? I think it was more us than you last time. Whichever it is, I'm glad you're here. You can go ahead and begin whenever you're ready.
Thank you so much. Good evening, Dr. Gearing, Madam President, and the Board of Trustees. Thank you for allowing me another opportunity to speak. My name is Deanna Perkins, and tonight I would like to thank Gloria and Alexis for their work with stakeholders, teachers, and students to create the new and improved dress code. This was definitely a step in the right direction. They saw the sexist and racist issues in our current dress code, addressed the issues, and changed them for the better. The more comfortable a student feels, the more they are open to learning. Being called out for dress code is demoralizing, but even more so when it goes against your identity and who you are. The wording in the original document was clear and concise and protected marginalized and oppressed populations. When I look at this revised document, the red lines scream out inequity to me. Here I was thinking that Leander was looking to protect students of any group based on race, sex, gender identity or expression, sexual orientation, ethnicity, disability, religion, cultural observance, household income, or body type and size. Here I was thinking that our board was listening to this in comments and wanting to take action about how they're treated in our school district by the color of their skin or by their hairstyle. But instead, we are taking another leap backwards, which is also a huge slap in the face to all of the people that put their heart and soul into creating this equitable and diverse dress code. I'm disappointed in those of you that think that this is what it looks like to protect every single child from the dangers of discrimination by the hands of their peers and teachers. Let's not forget about the red line that states allow students to wear clothing that expresses their self-identified gender. Clothing has been labeled male and female by society. Does that mean that a girl or woman dressing in boys' clothes is going to get dress coded? I wear men's clothes all the time, jeans, t-shirt, tennis shoes. I guess I'm already going against the dress code that you have created. Here, there are some of you here on our One ISD school board that are uncomfortable with a male who wears a dress, and that is what crossing that line out boils down to. How does this make that child feel safe and accepted for who they are? Lastly, I would like to address the addition at the top regarding COVID-19 about the administration being able to amend any portion to ensure safety and security. If you're talking about masks or face shields, that needs to be mentioned specifically. This is a statement that could be misconstrued and abused by anyone who wishes to have it their way. I would like for every board member to be transparent and explain to the stakeholders, teachers, but especially those children that you have crossed out, why you did this. I expect you to do it to their faces. We deserve to know who is against equity, diversity, and inclusion on our Leander ISD school board. Please approve the dress code presented on August 20th, 2020, adding on the goal concerning hair. Thank you.
Thank you, Deanna.
The next citizen speaker is Darren Dinio.
Darren, are you there? Can you hear me now? Darren? You might be on mute. Oh, there we are. Yes, Darren. I can hear you. Darren, did you hear my opening remarks?
Yes, I did.
All right. Now, we're working through some tech, but please, if you could also keep track of your 3 minutes, that would help, so I don't have to interrupt your last sentence. Otherwise, we're ready to begin whenever you are.
Sure. Thank you. Thank you, Leander School Board and Trustees, for hearing me tonight. I don't have anything written. Instead, I wanted to come to you in conversation and just explain as a parent and a taxpayer how I feel about our children going back to school. It's so important that we get a chance to go back in person because we are trying to do the virtual online schooling now, and it is just awful. We have 5-year-old twins, and it is just, they are distracted all the time, and it's really becoming a point of contention. There's a lot of anxiety that comes from being cooped up for so long because of this COVID. And I think the whole being locked down really exacerbates mental illness across the board. And I also think about the people in our grocery stores, the people that work at the pharmacy. I was just in a pharmacy tonight, and there were many people working at risk, and probably a higher risk environment than what what a classroom would be with our children who don't really even carry the disease. So it's, I don't know, it seems like we have to take a risk at some point, rather now or 6 months from now. What's the difference going to be? We have to step up, and for our children, who really cares about our children and the well-being of our children, because this is really going to affect them in their inability to get an education and to be socialized with other children. I just heard in the news that there was a 13-year-old who committed suicide recently because he's been locked down, and it's discouraging to think that there's so much politics and stuff that comes up with this issue. So I hope that you do the right thing and allow us to have our children come back. We're paying the taxes for this, so I think it's highly important. And I appreciate you giving me the time to speak tonight, and I know you'll do the right thing. You probably made up your mind already, so but I want everyone to be safe, but I also want our children to have a normal life like we had. We get a chance, we get a choice, you and I, to make it, a career change, or to do anything we want, to not go to go, but our children don't have a choice, and that's really discouraging to think that this is really going to affect them in an adverse way. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
The next citizen speaker is Monica Patterson.
Monica, do you hear us? Monica?
Yes, sorry, I heard you.
No, you're fine. Did you hear my opening remarks?
Yes, I did.
All right, Monica, then you may begin whenever you're ready.
Madam President, board members, thank you for listening to my remarks today and providing a forum for citizen comment. My name is Monica Patterson, and I teach art and AP Art History at Glenn High School. This is my 9th year teaching and my 3rd year in LISD. While COVID-19 and school reopening is certainly at the forefront of our minds, I am here tonight to address your proposed changes to the revised LISD dress code. I know that on the Thought Exchange survey put out by the district, many wondered why the dress code was even a topic of conversation at the last meeting when we are in the midst of a pandemic. I must confess, at the time, I had similar feelings. Why does a bra strap matter when people are dying? It does not. But what does matter is that when we have a chance for real change in this district regarding equity and protecting our students, we cannot miss this opportunity simply because we are distracted. Oh, and we are distracted. I'm afraid for my life, I'm afraid for my students' lives and the lives of their family members if we reopen on September 8th. But the reality is that someday we will reopen. And when we reopen, we need to make sure that our classrooms and campuses are not only safe, but equitable. Your proposed changes to the revised LISD dress code are small in volume, but they carry much weight. You propose to strike through the specific language that protects the marginalized students of, quote, one LISD. You may believe that removing specifics in favor of vague language, such as oppression of any student, is more inclusive. But the reality is that vague policies allow for adult bias to impact the enforcement of this policy and its effects on our students. I believed that the goal of the dress code revision was to ensure equity and remove the possibility for adults to approach a student's dress with bias. I believed we were finally moving in the right direction. Perhaps I was wrong. The original language specifying and protecting our marginalized groups must remain. In addition, I must address the board's proposal to strike through allowing students to wear clothing that expresses their self-identified gender. I question the reasoning for this and again stress that specific language offers the protection that these students deserve. Their self-identified gender is who they are, period. How can a student learn effectively at school if they cannot be who they are? If the board values their learning, they should protect who they are with specific language that leaves no room for subjectivity or bias. If we value the learning of our students, regardless of race, sex, gender identity, gender expression, sexual orientation, ethnicity, disability, religion, cultural observance, household income, or body type and size, then we must say that we do. In order to be protected in practice, they must be protected in policy, and that requires that they are addressed specifically. I ask the board to please consider removing their proposed redlining from the revised LISD dress code to keep this language and keep equity at the priority for our students and our district. Thank you.
Thank you.
The next citizen speaker is Kimberly Lampkin.
Kimberly, can you hear us? Kimberly? Hi.
Hello.
Did you hear my opening remarks?
I did. I'm just muting the live feed. Sorry, I don't want that feedback.
That's fine. All right, well, you may then begin whenever you're ready. Thank you, Kimberly.
Thank you, Madam President, members of the board, and Dr. Gearing. My name is Kimberly Lambkin, and I am a teacher at Cedar Park Middle School here in Leander ISD. Tonight, I have returned to speak about the dress code. Earlier today, a version of the red line dress code was shared with the community through board book. The proposed changes alarmed me, and I'd like to share my candid thoughts with you tonight, as vulnerability is the essence of bravery, right? After a friend brought the changes to my attention, this is what I told them. I didn't know. Wow, I didn't think they would take it here. Lord, I angry cried. They are erasing us. They are saying you don't matter. They are saying you should stay hidden. I think I understand what was done. At least I understand how this is making me feel. To put into writing, to explicitly state that certain groups deserve protection is to acknowledge their existence. And I recognize that not everyone is ready to do that right now. But I ask you, how much more time do you need before you recognize the humanity before you? Humanity is beautiful and glorious because of its differences. There is no one among us who is exactly the same, so I don't understand how your attempt to cross out that which makes us different, erase that which makes us human, redline that which you have heard and borne witness to from the voices of this community demanding it be protected. How can you remove the protective language placed in the document that explicitly addresses the grievances that the community has made, grievances that are tied to historical and systemic problems? We know that vague terminology and the biases of those who are left to interpret the language have led to the trauma of our students and faculty. And I am so grateful that that language was removed. How can you suggest that it be placed back in? I ask that you do not remove of any group based on race, sex, gender identity or expression, sexual orientation, ethnicity, disability, religion, cultural observance, household income, or body type or size, and mask it with the phrase any student. I ask that you do not remove regardless of race, sex, gender identity, gender expression, sexual orientation, ethnicity, disability, religion, cultural observance, household income, or body type or size from the goal statement when equity has yet to be defined by our district. I ask that you do not allow students to wear clothing that expresses their self-identified gender. I ask that you do add in explicit language that protects hairstyles. This dress code that is being presented to the board for approval was put together by a committee of students, parents, educators, leadership, and members of the board. I was so relieved that this item was being examined through a critical lens. And I'm so grateful for the work and effort that this team put forth to provide us with this new dress code. Please trust them. Please trust that we are ready. Please grant us this opportunity to grow as a community that truly embraces diversity and inclusion. Thank you.
Thank you, Kimberly.
The next citizen speaker is Tricia Berry.
Tricia, hi.
Hello.
Awesome. Did you hear my opening remarks?
I did, yes.
Tremendous. Well, then you may begin whenever you're ready.
All right, thank you. LISD Board, I am here to verbally present to you an email I sent to you earlier today. I come to you as a 20-year diversity, equity, and inclusion professional, a constantly learning LISD community member who's working hard to be actively anti-racist and anti-sexist, and as a parent of a recent LISD graduate and a current high schooler, two privileged white boys who have never had to experience dress code nor hair discrimination. The dress code presented to you on August 20th included inclusive language important to advance diversity, equity, and inclusion throughout LISD. This revised dress code, created by a group of LISD board recommended principals, teachers, parents, and two board members, is a great step forward in providing actual action towards supporting students who have been and continue to be discriminated against and marginalized in our schools. The proposed dress code was an active step in being anti-racist and anti-sexist at the system level. The proposed dress code that includes the inclusive language with the addition of the protections of hair that was listed in the August 27th Code of conduct and dress code statement, including hair extra, should be approved. There's no excuse. It's time to be anti-racist and anti-sexist without debate and without question. The red line version added to the LISD board agenda is counter to all of the positive action recommended by the group who worked on the new dress code and counter to advancing anti-racist and anti-sexist systems and behaviors throughout our district and schools. Board meeting after board meeting had our community sharing their concerns, recommendations, and pleas to the board to actively address racism. Rewriting the wording of the dress code, including language that says all students, and excluding both your own Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion Committee and the group charged with making the recommendations on this dress code are all evidence of actively not addressing racism and equity. You cannot be anti-racist or anti-sexist and propose this red line version of the dress code. This is the wrong direction. I encourage you to be actively anti-racist and anti-sexist. You're the board members who made these revisions. You cannot say that you're anti-racist and anti-sexist because your actions have proven otherwise. You can choose to listen, learn, adjust. Has time to do so. Step up. Be anti-racist and anti-sexist. Listen to your committees, listen to your community. Lead. And approve the dress code as submitted with inclusion of the inclusive language with the additional protections of the hair listed in the August 27th Code of Conduct and Dress Code Statement, including hair extra. Thank you.
Thank you, Tricia.
The next citizen speaker is Stephanie Burku.
Stephanie, are you there?
Yeah, sorry about that.
All right. Did you hear my opening remarks?
I did.
Wonderful. Then you may begin whenever you're ready.
Thank you. First, I want to thank the board and Mr. Gearing for all the hard work you've been putting in throughout COVID. I've seen that you've been up many, many late nights. Yeah, I'm here. Oh, sorry, I can hear myself. Hold on.
No worries. If you want to go ahead and turn that.
Yeah, I'm working on it.
Feed off.
I didn't realize it was still on. Sorry.
No worries.
Anyways, thank you guys for all your hard work. I absolutely appreciate it. I know you've put in a lot. And I want to just talk to you tonight about the dress code changes that got put out today. First of all, your job as a school board is to focus on education being in a safe and equitable environment. The SHAC committee last week gave recommendations, and one of their focuses was on mental health and suicide prevention. 78% of transgender and non-binary youth who have been subjected to discrimination based on their gender identity, and 22% of those that experience discrimination commit suicide compared to 9% of those that did not experience discrimination. A school environment that does not explicitly protect gender identity is not safe for our gender-expansive youth. Our schools are currently not safe for marginalized students. Back in April of 2019, Leander ISD made the news for a racist proposal. People of color have been speaking out and asking for action from the board. And things keep getting put on the back burner, and it's not been a priority, and that needs to change. This is unacceptable. When you look at the 10 ethical guiding principles, y'all have many that support leaving in the inclusive language: integrity, doing the right thing, concern for others, caring for and helping others, law abidance and civic duty, obeying rules and laws and making the world a better place, respect for others, being polite, kind to everyone and everything, fairness, treating everyone equally, pursuit of excellence, doing everything the best you can and looking for ways to improve. Those are already our guiding principles, and those are good reasons to leave in the inclusive language. Thank you again for your time and being willing to listen to all 40 speakers. And I'm going to leave you with a quote from Martin Luther King. It may well be that we will have to repent in this generation, not merely for the vitriolic word and the violent actions of bad people, but for the appalling silence and indifference of the good people who sit around and say, wait on time. Thank you.
Thank you, Stephanie.
The next citizen speaker is Amanda Davies.
Amanda, are you there? Hi. Did you hear my opening remarks?
I did, yes, ma'am.
All right, well, then you may begin whenever you're ready.
Thank you. Madam President and board members, thank you for allowing me to speak tonight, even though we were told citizen comments would be at 6:15. My name is Amanda Davies, and this is my 8th year teaching and my 2nd in Leander ISD. I am here to speak on behalf of all students and their families to voice my concerns about the safety of reopening schools, but more specifically, my students at Glenn High School. But before I do that, I must say that I am appalled that the explicitly inclusive language was redlined in the new dress code proposal. Any leaves too much individual interpretation, and I know for a fact that there are staff who hold racist, oppressive, and intolerant viewpoints here in the district. The previous dress code had been using the any type phrasing, and I personally know students that have been discriminated against based on the red line words. Our dress code should be equitable, inclusive, and diverse. Without the inclusion of this statement, it is not right. So I want to say to all students, especially mine, I see you and I accept you no matter your race, sex, gender identity or expression, sexual orientation, ethnicity, disability, religion, cultural observance, household income, or body type and size. Now to my concerns of the safety of reopening schools. I will start by listing all the questions that I and my colleagues have repeatedly asked campus and district level administration that still have not been clearly answered or communicated. These questions are mainly about student safety because it is clear the staff safety and well-being is not a consideration being given the attention it deserves. What data is being used to support reopening? Why were we willing to close in March but reopen when COVID-19 is much worse now? What is the plan for reporting to DSHS and how will you address the 9-day delay in receiving results? What is the plan for communicating to families of new cases that will inevitably occur when school is reopened? What is the plan for when cases begin to surge? What will be the threshold of infections before a school is closed? How many students and staff will have to be infected or die before school is closed? Why does the definition of close contact blatantly disregard the safety of all on campus? Why have students and families not been told the truth about what in-person learning will look like? It will be 100% virtual, but in a classroom instead of the student's house. The fact that the community still doesn't have clear answers to these questions less than 2 weeks before we could possibly reopen is deeply troubling. I urge you not to reopen on September 8th and to use all the time TEA has allowed us to remain 100% virtual, so plans with actionable items about our student safety can be made and communicated with the community. Signed, not a hero.
Thank you, Amanda.
The next citizen speaker is Stephanie Martin.
Stephanie, can you hear us?
Yes.
Wonderful. Did you hear my opening remarks?
I did.
Tremendous. Well, then you can begin whenever you're ready.
I'm here speaking as the proud faculty sponsor of the Glenn High School Genders and Sexualities Alliance, or GSA Club. I want to speak out on the changes to the dress code. LGBTQIA plus kids know their identity from an early age. Some face rejection from their families. When these kids come to our schools brokenhearted from that situation, we need to be there to support them. Striking protections for marginalized groups from the dress code policy is stripping away a protection for these groups. We know the dress code is a tool that takes kids away from learning, singles them out, and shames them in front of their peers. If you mean what you say about valuing our diversity and striving for an equitable LISD, then you need to restore these protections to the policy, because all kids are not being harmed by this. Girls, Black and brown kids, and LGBTQIA+ kids are being harmed. Protect them and send a clear message to staff. We expect you to meet these students with love for their culture and for their humanity. Now, what I'd planned to speak about was the reopening plan. There's this phrase I keep hearing, in these uncertain times. It's starting to make me angry because there's a great deal we are certain of. We're certain COVID-19 spreads faster in air-conditioned spaces. We're certain the Wilco COVID-19 dashboard reported 31 new cases today and an 8% rolling 7-day positivity rate. We're certain those numbers are too high to safely reopen. If you're skeptical of my last statement, don't take my word for it. The state of Florida just finished its second week of school. 9,000 kids have tested positive since school opened, a 60% increase in the weekly average up to that point. One child has died. One child, one student, one classmate has died. I'm certain this could have been prevented. I'm certain I don't want to see this happen in Leander. September 8th is too soon. I'm certain. Thank you.
Thank you, Stephanie.
The next citizen speaker is Dion Schaffner.
Dion, can you hear us?
I can.
Hi there. Did you hear my opening statement remarks?
Yes, I did.
All right, well then you can proceed whenever you're ready.
Okay. Thank you to all the attendees tonight for your service to LISD. My name is Dion Schaffner, and I'm an LISD parent and volunteer. I've lived and volunteered in the district for over 20 years. Last week, I had the opportunity to speak to you all regarding the new proposed dress code that contains specific inclusive verbiage to protect the students in LISD from the discrimination they have received in the past, and to include specific language to protect against discrimination based upon hair, a la the Crown Act. I am thrilled a proposed addition to include protections for hair has been added for you to vote on today. The revised dress code presented last week was a great step forward in providing actual action towards supporting these students who have been and continue to be discriminated against in our schools. Yesterday, a new revision to this dress code was added to be voted on that redlined out the inclusive language that reads, of any group based on race, sex, gender identity or expression, sexual orientation, ethnicity, disability, religion, cultural observance, household income, or body type and size, and replaced with any student. Here's the problem with that version. If the words any student or all students were working, we wouldn't need to address this dress code, and we wouldn't need the specificity in the dress code. If the words any student or all students were working, we wouldn't need a diversity and equity committee, a committee where these redline words are the very heart of that committee's focus. Putting together committees to address discrimination, equity, and race, and then not consulting them or doing anything with their recommendations does not move us forward. Redlining inclusive language moves us backward. Why silence the voices that are telling you they are hurting? Leander ISD, you want to lead? Move us forward. This time, right now, is the important time where actions are required. Your actions are required. Show us Leander ISD is more than performative activism. You've talked the talk, now it's time to walk the walk. I'm here tonight because I believe in you, our board of trustees. I believe you want to protect the students and address these issues of discrimination head on. I believe you no longer want to stay silent and be complicit in the acts of discrimination in our schools. I believe you want to actively show your students that you are here for them, regardless of their race, their sex, their gender identity or expression, their sexual orientation, ethnicity, disability, religion, cultural observance, household income, or body type or size. I believe you see them. Tell these students who have been told that they are less than, that you see them, that you hear them, and that you are going to do something for them. Tell them by approving the code of conduct and dress code presented on August 20th, proposed by the committee of principals, teachers, parents, and board members that each of you hand-selected. Approve the code with specific inclusive language and include the addition of protection of hair as proposed on August 27th. Leander ISD, Board of Trustees, History has its eyes on you. Thank you.
Thank you, Dion.
The next citizen speaker is Yvonne Mercado.
Yvonne? Yvonne?
Hello.
Hi. Did you hear my opening remarks?
I did.
All right, well, then you may begin whenever you're ready.
Thank you to the board and everyone at LISD for giving us the opportunity to speak tonight. This is my very first time giving my comments as a citizen, and I have 3 children that have gone through LISD schools. I believe that you chose a committee that was appointed to look at the dress code language that had very specific recommendations. And I believe it's time to listen to that group and learn from those that can teach us the way forward. I do not think that you want to leave the words any student in your dress code. In my day-to-day work, I work at a publishing educational company in the area of translations. And this means that every single day I wake up and I look at language. I weigh the meaning of the words. One of the most important things about language is that it has power. The words any student do not convey oppression of any group based on race, sex, gender identity or expression, sexual orientation, ethnicity, disability, religion, cultural observance, household income, or body size or type. Language matters. It defines our society, it moves us forward, or it gives us an excuse to hide. The use of any student hides our truths. They are protected categories for a reason, and it is important to highlight them. You have been given the tools. Now you have to act. Natural hair is a protected category in many states, so we don't have people thinking that it's okay to discriminate. There should be no fear in protecting what deserves to be protected. I am hoping that you will take a look at this issue and realize why specific language is what is needed at this juncture in history. By watering down the committee's recommendations, you will be saying to all in your community that we're just any, and that is not true. We come from many cultural backgrounds and socioeconomic circumstances, and we have the right to who we are, wear what we need to wear to express our true selves, and honor our heritage through our natural hair. Please do what is right. Be inclusive, be specific. This moment demands it. And I hope the board listens with humility and openness, because words are power and words can be inclusive. Please approve the dress code language presented on August 20th and the hair protection added on August 27th. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
The next citizen speaker is Joseph Hansen.
Joseph, can you hear us?
Hey, can you hear me?
Yes, I can. Joseph, did you hear my opening remarks?
I did. Thank you.
All right, well, then you may begin whenever you're ready.
Okay. Hi, my name is Joseph Hansen, and I'm a parent of 3 students, 6th grader, 2nd grader, and kinder in Leander ISD. For elementary age children, virtual school does not work. For secondary, socialization and academics are sorely lacking. I know the teachers are working hard, and I appreciate all they do. But between the technical problems and misplaced expectations, things have gotten so bad that I'm taking absences for my elementary age kids until school opens. My kindergartner cannot spend 4 hours a day on Zoom calls. Again, that's not the teachers, they're wonderful, but it's the platform itself. In an effort to keep everyone safe, I feel like we're missing the primary obligation of a school district, which is to educate. Full-time workers cannot effectively help their kids with virtual school. Nationally, 64.2% of families have both parents working outside the home. Last week in the board meeting, we found out that enrollment is down 21.6% in bilingual elementary. Monolingual is down 10.7%. That's 2,200 kids that are not being educated right now. What is happening to these children? If this continues, the administration will have no choice but to lay off teachers. Last week, also in the board meeting, there were several teachers speaking about with the district kind of pleading for their very lives. I feel like we need to take the hysteria out of the national and local dialogue about coronavirus. If one looks objectively at the mortality rate of this virus, it does not indiscriminately kill everyone. If you are under 50 years old, you have an estimated 0.0092% chance of dying from COVID-19. Also, the national mortality rate has been decreasing for months and is tracked by CDC data weekly. Unfortunately, due to irresponsible and pervasive news coverage, there's a huge misperception about actual versus perceived risk. People under 35 account for 0.7 of overall mortality, yet when surveyed, over 70% of respondents were genuinely scared for their lives. Not opening the schools itself also carries serious risk. These include, as stated from the CDC, lack of physical exercise, escape from abusive home situations, a lack of school-provided nutrition, counseling service, as well as adverse effects to the social and emotional well-being of our kids. Lastly, I want to end on a personal note. Kathy Hendricks was my wife's mother and an educator for 40 years. She dedicated the last years of her life to educating underprivileged children in rural Arkansas. In May of 2018, she died of pneumonia, which she most likely contracted at school. While it's extremely sad, the school and her family chose to celebrate her life and accomplishments rather than shut down in fear that someone else might die. She was never on the front page of any newspapers and would have been mortified if someone used her as an excuse to keep children from education. She knew the risks going in. She knew her age, but to her, education was so important. She had to keep educating. I asked that secondary teachers take an objective look at the data shared and update their perceived versus actual risk. There's no reason to keep elementary schools doors closed, as we have more teachers, at least in our school, willing to teach in person than we have needed. Okay, I think I'm out of time.
That's all right, Joseph. Was that your last sentence?
The only thing I was going to say is that everything else in this Texas is open except for public schools.
Okay.
We have to open the schools. So
right.
Thank you.
Thank you, Joseph.
Okay.
The next citizen speaker is Susan Livitz.
Susan, can you hear us? Susan, can you hear us now?
Yes, I can.
Okay, that's great. Did you hear my opening remarks?
Absolutely did.
All right, well, then you may begin whenever you're ready.
Awesome, thanks. I have been a Leander ISD parent for 11 years now, and so far have enjoyed the ride. My daughter Rachel is now a sophomore at Vista Ridge and plays in the Ranger Marching Band. We were both up close and personal with the board, as well as the former superintendent for 3 years leading up to her freshman year, as we fought for a transfer since we were in a neighborhood with an unconventional feeder pattern. Rachel spoke at more than 8 board meetings, and I had a few to get our voices heard and convince the board to allow a transfer. I will never forget the way that Trish, Alexis, and Jim fought for us, or the way Corey communicated with us. They truly made us feel like they understood and that we were not alone in our fight. I cannot say the same for other members at the time or for that superintendent. We were even told that kids are so resilient and that they would be okay. Imagine how that made my, at the time, 5th grader feel. I say all of this because I truly feel now we have a superintendent who puts our kids first, a novel idea, and listens to parents and then acts on what he's heard. Decisions about in-person or virtual learning are hard. Bruce Gearing is the best leader I've seen in the district for 11 years. What I saw displayed by some members of the board last week was disrespectful, distasteful, and downright rude. Talking down to him, eye-rolling, all while my sophomore watched in disbelief. We tell our kids not to be disrespectful, but maybe some of you missed that lesson. Good job, board members. You know who you are. How in the world do you expect parents and students to believe you are a cohesive team when you cannot even respect the person leading our district? I know it's not all of you, but even when it's a few of you, it makes you all look bad. Some of us love Dr. Gearing and are grateful for his leadership and caring when making decisions with the needs of our students in mind. You think it's easy leading our district during difficult times? Think it's nice to hear negativity not only from parents, but from some members of your own team? How would you feel? Maybe you don't, but I do. I feel lucky that I'm in a district where the superintendent cares, where the majority of board members listen and think about kids first. I mean, after all, they are the ones going to school here. I also feel grateful that my daughter goes to Vista Ridge High School, where our principal, Paul Johnson, Principal of the Year, puts our kids first, has a cohesive team of teachers and staff that respects him and realizes this job is hard. I now say thank you to the board members that care about the kids first, care about the teachers and staff at schools, and care about the supportive, positive feedback you give to your superintendent. I also say thank you to Dr. Gearing from me and my Vista Ridge sophomore for continuously trying his best through these hard times. I also look forward to the future as some current board members leave and fresh new thinkers come in. Thank you.
Thank you.
The next citizen speaker is Corey Green.
Corey, can you hear us?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, Corey, did you hear my opening remarks?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
Then you may begin whenever you're ready.
Okay, thank you. Hello, everyone. My name is Corey Green, and I've been teaching for over a decade now. My reason for working in education is simply this. I passionately want to help all students be their best selves. I'm also here today as a heterosexual male who identifies with the gender I was assigned at birth. Society has allotted me a great degree of unearned privilege. Consequently, it is my duty to fight for the marginalized trans community, especially our kids. It has been brought to my attention that the school board has edited a draft to the dress code by removing the specific mention of numerous groups. The school board made a deliberate choice to remove this goal. Allow students to wear clothing that expresses their self-identified gender. This specific omission runs counter to creating an inclusive environment for all students. Making certain our schools are places of empathy and acceptance benefits everyone, including those who do not identify as transgender. Exposure and acceptance of those with different life experiences will make all of us better citizens. The world we're preparing these students for is not as homogenized as our community. I implore the school board to do further research on the benefits of authentic and complete diversity, or at the very least, provide a justification for the discriminatory practice exhibited by the recent dress code edit. Afterwards, ask yourselves this: is this truly the best for kids? I also request that each member of the school board reflect on their own life experiences. If each and every one of you were transgender, what challenges would you face? How much more difficult would it be to exist in a discriminatory society? Would you even have enough support to be in the position of power to impact policies that affect trans students? Now ask yourself again, is this truly what's best for kids? Each of you can generate an answer of any type that you want to these questions publicly, but you can never step back, look in the mirror, and then lie to yourselves about it. I want to thank you for your time, but more importantly, I want to be able to thank you for being on the right side of history and doing what's truly best for our kids. Thank you.
Thank you.
The next citizen speaker is Sherry Richmond.
Is it Sherry?
Sherry? Yeah.
Did you hear my opening remarks?
Yes, I did.
All right, well, then you may begin when you're ready.
Thank you. Madam President and board members, I am speaking to you in this moment to ask you for time. The plan to reopen has been laid out, and you have a weighty decision in your hand. Thousands of educations, well-beings, and lives have been put before you. I do not envy the position you've been forced into. There's a lot at stake. I know whatever decision you make is because you have arrived at the best possible decision. We teachers do not brazenly or cavalierly ask to delay being in person. We have weighed the options. We have considered what is in the balance. Parents have been put in an incredibly difficult situation of stretching themselves thin. I know because many of my coworkers are parents too and dealing with the very same struggles as our community. But as a ninth-year high school teacher, I am asking you for time. I ask because I have had to console my students when a friend and classmate has died. I ask for time because I have had to attend the funerals of students' parents. I ask for time because I have lost one of my own students before. I realize that these are rare occurrences. However, until you have told your students that it's okay to wear their friend's favorite color to the funeral instead of black, until you have watched a student numb themselves to a pain you as an adult have not experienced, until you have sat with a colleague crying at the light that has been lost to the world, then you do not understand some of what is being asked of teachers in this moment. They're not just our students, they're our kids. We teachers want nothing more than to be in the classroom with our students, but there is a rushed way and the safe way. We need time so we can secure more than 8 gallons of hand sanitizer as PPE for students. We need time to allow parents to truly understand that in-person learning means continued virtual learning with assigned seats during class and lunch. We need time for contingency plans for when, not if, COVID comes to our campuses. We need time for dialogues between those of us in the classroom and those making the decisions, as it's been disheartening to hear that we have not been asked because you would have to listen. We need time because our students and their families count on us to do this safely so more tragedy does not strike them at home. We are working with human beings. Please take some extra time to work with us in our expertise so we can find better solutions together, so we can ensure that we do not have to deal with the deadly consequences of rushing. I thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you, Sherry. Board members and community, we're going to take 2 more speakers and then take a break. We're going to still look for that 1 hour break. We started hearing people at 8:35, so just giving everybody a timeline. Our next speaker.
The next citizen speaker is Michael Kolb.
Michael, did you hear my opening remarks?
Hello?
Hi, Michael. Did you hear the opening remarks I made?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
All right, then you may begin when you're ready.
Right here, sorry, let me just mute have my TV on. I don't want to hear feedback. All right. So, Madam President, members of the board, Dr. Gehring, thank you for having me on here. I'm afraid I'm not gonna be as elegant as some of my colleagues were. I'm not a great writer or public speaker. I'm just an introverted science teacher. But I do feel I had to be here tonight, as nervous as I am. So I saw the revised changes to the student dress code the other day, and I'm just a heterosexual cisgender white man who likes NASCAR and country music. I've never had to deal with any kind of discrimination in my life. I was born pretty lucky. But when I read those protections, they specifically struck out protection of any group based on race, sex, gender identity or expression, sexual orientation, ethnicity, disability, religion, cultural observance, household income or body type or size, and replace it with just saying any student. How does that fit our message of inclusion? Looking at that, it's like saying all lives matter. yeah, it's technically true, but when you're saying that, you're doing it to dismiss the people that really face oppression and discrimination. And I was especially appalled when I saw the line that said, allow students to wear clothing that expresses their self-identified gender, and that was crossed out. Some of our transgender students are some of our most discriminated against communities. They're the most at risk of bullying and violence and suicide. And we want to specifically take protections away from them. I don't know who recommended that change, but in my opinion, that seems to have taken a lot of cruelty. Now, speaking with regard to the pandemic, I'm a single guy by myself. I only have one income. I love my job. I love my students. I want to be the best teacher I can, but I also have to have this income. So whether we go back in person or not, it's up to me. I'll do what I have to do. But I am disappointed that some of my colleagues over 50 just heard that they were expendable. And yeah, we need to do better than that. All right, thank you.
Michael, thank you.
The next citizen speaker is Sarah Alarcon.
Sarah? Sarah, can you hear us?
Yes, and I heard your opening remarks.
Then you can begin when you're ready. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Sarah Alarcon. I'm a freshman teacher and a taxpayer too. Thank you. And I'd like to acknowledge that we're responsible for this chaos. We choose to simply accept what our state and nation have decided for us, in-person learning too soon, which is ignorant mediocrity at best. I am exhausted, angry, and heartbroken. I'm trying to teach while I fear for the lives of my colleagues and safety of my students. I'm spent. It doesn't have to be this way, but this is what we're settling for. I'd like to address the current draft of the dress code that removes the protections of specific groups of students from discrimination. Today, I was informed that our students are spreading rumors about their peers online. It escalated to suicide baiting, outing students, Islamophobia, and homophobia, which was done using specific students' names. Clearly, we have an inclusion problem in our community that needs to be addressed immediately. This is one reason why the Dress Code Committee included many beautifully diverse groups of people in their wording. We need to specifically name the students we should be protecting. Without their mention, they may be targeted without consequence. Do we want to discriminate against students based on race, sex, gender, identity, or expression, sexual orientation, ethnicity, disability, religion, cultural observance, household income, or body size or type? If not, change the wording back, please. The board also chose to remove allowing students to wear clothing that expresses their self-identified gender. Do you think that people like you are the only ones who deserve to be treated equitably? Y'all, it's 2020. Gender is performative. If someone doesn't feel at home in the body they were born in, isn't it our job as educators to help them find a home within themselves? Stop trying to shame people who are transgendered. Stop fear-mongering by asking about what bathroom they will use. People who are transgender are people. They should be treated as such. These bigoted actions must stop. When we do not fully embrace students, their whole selves, we cause them harm. I will never intentionally harm a student in the way you're suggesting by dismissing their differences and not allowing them to express themselves how they choose. The fact that you have tried to exclude these beautiful people is heartbreaking. Stop it. Put the inclusive wording back in. Enough is enough. Thank you.
Thank you, Sarah. If we can go ahead, if that's okay for staff as well, let the community know. We're going to take a quick break, 3 minutes, stretch our legs, come back, and we're about halfway through. noticed that there have been kind of different orders of procedures. I thank you for your patience. The goal is to allow for the board to deliberate and vote on very, very critical items to the district in light of the fact that we have over 40 citizens signed up. We wanted to make sure we heard them all tonight, and we are going to hear them all tonight. But board members, at some point, we might need to have a discussion on if we reach over a certain threshold, do we have to think about what that looks like to move minutes back and not do the full 3 minutes if testimony is going to take us into 1 or 2 a.m. in the morning? Those are really hard decisions, and I know we want to hear our community, we want to hear their voices, but we also have to do our job too. Thank you for being patient, because tonight we're trying to hear them all, keep all the 3 minutes. We're going to go ahead and move on to our next individual. Michelle? Okay. We don't hear you, Jason. Michelle? Michelle, are you there?
I'm here and I can hear you. I also heard the remarks at the beginning.
Then you can begin when you're ready.
Thank you so much. Good evening, and thank you for allowing me to speak tonight. I appreciate you taking the time to hear our comments. My name is Michelle Reed, and I'm a teacher at Cedar Park Middle School. Go Leopards! The topic I would like to speak about tonight is the dress code. Like many others who have already spoken, I was so pleased to see the proposed changes to make our district's dress code safe and inclusive for all of our students. That joy was short-lived, however, because when I saw this inclusive language as being challenged, I was taken aback. When I thought about it, all I could think was that this backpedaling was due to fear. What are you afraid will happen when including language that specifically protects our students of color, specifically protects our students within the LGBTQ+ community? These students have historically been marginalized, excluded, and over-policed, even in the place they should be the most safe, school. When you remove protective language from the dress code, you are making a clear statement that the safety of some adults' status quo is more important than the safety and inclusion of our students, and that is unacceptable. We're in the business of doing what's best for our students. If we truly want to be inclusive, accepting, and safe for them, we must make specific and actionable change. This includes allowing our students to safely express themselves through all of their identities and intersectionalities, excuse me. When you remove that protective language from the dress code, you open the door to continue to allow the biases of those who are left to interpret said language to further the trauma of our students and faculty. I implore you to not remove the language as follows: of any group based on sex, race, gender identity or expression, sexual orientation, ethnicity, disability, religion, cultural observance, household income, or body type and size, and mask it with the phrase of any student. I further ask that you do not remove the language regardless of race, sex, gender identity, gender expression, sexual orientation, ethnicity, disability, religion, cultural observance, household income, or body type and size from the goal statement when equity has yet to be defined by our district. I further ask that you do not allow students to wear clothing that expresses their self-identified gender. I do ask that you add in explicit language to protect hairstyles. If we truly want to be inclusive and welcoming to all students, we must walk the walk and protect all students regardless of race, religion, gender identity, or sexual orientation. Thank you.
Thank you, Michelle.
The next citizen speaker is Erica Cunningham.
Erica?
Yes, ma'am.
Hello.
Hi, Erica. Can you hear us?
I sure can. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can. Did you hear the opening remarks I made?
I did.
All right, then you can begin when you're ready.
Thank you so much. Good evening, Madam President, board members, and LISD administrative staff. My name is Erica Kenningham, and I am one of the programmer analysts on the business operations team here at LISD.
Erica, I'm sorry, our timer messed up. Go ahead and keep going.
No problem. Please know I appreciate the great task you all have been given to make this school year something everyone can feel safe and comfortable with. I'm talking to you today on behalf of many of my technology colleagues who have asked me to come forward to express our grave concerns with the mandate of all staff returning to the buildings on September 8th. Let me be clear that I do not believe it is safe to bring any staff or students back in the current health crisis taking place in our community. I do, however, acknowledge the constraints you have been given by TEA that has made it difficult for our teachers and students to continue working in the safety of their own homes. That being said, there is no such constraint on requiring those of us who have been working from home since spring break to return. TEA's guidelines do not and should not affect the decision of when the rest of us should return to the building. I also would like to reiterate that technology staff has never stopped working. We haven't missed a day of work since we were sent home in March. Many of us working well into the night and over weekends these past 5 months to ensure smooth and immediate assistance to our customers. To give you a better idea of how my duties would differ if I were in the office as opposed to the safety of my own home, I'll walk you through a typical day. I work at my makeshift desk on my dining room table, which has been base of operations for my husband and I since March. I work on data requests from HR, finance, payroll, accounts payable, vendors, and all other business users. I rewrite SQL code for our nearly 30 integrations to be compatible with our new ERP system going live in just 1 month. And I analyze that data to be sure that when we do go live in our new business system, our information is as accurate as possible. You might notice that everything I do in any given day is done at my computer, alone, looking at code, data, or computer systems. So it's easy to see that whether I'm working at my dining room table or in my cubicle in the technology building, the same work is getting done. The difference I need you to acknowledge and appreciate is the risk you are asking us to take by bringing us back in the building for no gain. We won't be having in-person meetings. We won't be collaborating with our teams. We won't be gaining anything besides risk to ourselves and our loved ones. In the technology building, the vast majority of us sit in cubicles with only 5-foot walls separating us. Since masks are not going to be required while sitting at our desks, it's not hard to imagine how an infected sneeze or cough could cause COVID to spread like wildfire through our department at a time when we are so heavily reliant on technology. I keep hearing at each of these board meetings from both board members and administration alike that your #1 goal is to keep staff and students safe and healthy. I have good news. There is a guaranteed way to keep us safe and healthy. Let those of us who can and have been working from home continue to do so until it is safe. We have been told that this isn't an option, but we haven't been given a reason why. I call on you today to dig deep and really ask yourselves if putting our support staff at risk simply because everyone has to come back is really worth it, knowing we can continue working from home with no loss to this organization, knowing that if most of your technology staff gets sick, it will greatly impact the operations of LISD, and knowing you chose not to do the one thing you could do to guarantee our safety. Thank you for your time and consideration in making these life-altering decisions.
Thank you, Erica.
The next citizen speaker is Michelle Kane.
Michelle. Michelle?
Yes.
Did you hear my opening remarks?
Yes, I did.
Then you can begin whenever you're ready.
Okay, thank you so much. Good evening, and thank you for allowing me to address the board tonight. Thank you for the hard work you've all put in during these times of uncertainty. My name is Michelle Kane, and I am a teacher at Cedar Park Middle School, starting my 20th year in education, all of them in Leander. I'm here today to speak on the topic of dress codes. I was pleased when I saw the dress code was finally being modified to better reflect our community and the times in which we live. It was antiquated at best, and the changes that were proposed better reflect our community and showed that we as a district value each and every person, not just those that are heteronormative and white. I am pleased to see the recommendation of adding language that protects our students of color who are often singled out for their natural hairstyles. At the last board meeting, it was clear that a few were displeased with other language in the new dress code. In trying to determine the cause of this voiced displeasure, I kept coming back to one thing: fear. I asked, what is it that you are afraid of? What is it that is so concerning about specifying who should be protected under the dress code? Students of color and LGBTQ+ populations have historically been marginalized in our society, our communities, our schools. Why would we not want to specifically protect them as valued members of our schools and our community? I realize that you may think saying all or any student is protection enough, as it seems to lend itself to include all members of the group. However, the previous dress code applied to all, and yet we know that marginalized groups were still discriminated against. By making a conscious decision to add an explicit language to protect these students, we are raising our voices to say stop discriminating against these groups, saying it to teachers, to administrators, and to district authorities. We need to keep the part of the philosophy that states, quote, does not reinforce or increase marginalization or oppression of groups based on race, sex, gender identity or expression, sexual orientation, ethnicity, disability, religion, cultural observance, household income, or body type size, end quote, instead of changing it to any student. We need to keep the part of the goal that states, quote, ensures that all students are treated equitably, regardless of race, sex, gender identity, gender expression, sexual orientation, ethnicity, disability, religion, cultural observance, household income, or body type size, end quote. I ask that you consider removing the term all in place of more specific language throughout the rest of the document as well. I question the reason for taking out the statement, quote, allow students to wear clothing that expresses their self-identified gender, end quote. Again, we come back to fear. So I reiterate my question, what are you so afraid of? Why are we so concerned with removing this language from our dress code? Why the need to other these people, to devalue them, to make them feel unseen and unheard? If I, a 20-year teacher in the district, ignored my students and who they are as individuals, what kind of teacher would I be? How would I make them feel valued in my classroom? The Leander way is student-centered, meaning that you build relationships in the classroom so that each and every student feels valued and has a vested interest in their education. How can we assert that we are student-centered and that we care about each and every student if we fail them in this one pivotal moment? How are they to feel that we value them as individuals? I am a white, cisgender, heterosexual female. I am standing up and saying enough is enough. Our students look to us to be their advocates in and out of the classroom. I will end my time tonight with a quote by Booker T. Washington. A lie doesn't become truth, wrong doesn't become right, and evil doesn't become good just because it's accepted by a majority. Thank you.
Thank you, Michelle.
The next citizen speaker is Alexis Huddleston.
Is there anything we can do to increase the volume? It's difficult to hear a number of these speakers. I know you're doing the best you can.
I'll try.
Do we have a volume on our mics? Okay, no. So they'll do it from there. Alexis, can you hear us? And if you want to speak up just a little bit, I know it might shout for anybody who's listening on Zoom, might sound like you're shouting for anybody listening on Zoom, but it will help us as we're listening and we're leaning into our speakers here.
Okay.
Did you hear my opening remarks?
Yes, I did.
Okay.
My name is Alexis Huddleston, and I'm one of the many educators who spoke to you last week. Last week, I honestly felt angry that we were considering returning to school before it's safe for everyone. Angry that we don't have enough PPE or cleaning supplies or subs or custodians or bus drivers or robust enough contingency plans for COVID exposure. Angry that we are just so incredibly, woefully unprepared for this moment. My anger grew when I heard that if teachers were asked how they would feel about reopening, district leadership would have to listen, would have to be willing to change plans based on that feedback. And my anger solidified when I realized that meant we just wouldn't be directly asked. This week was an emotionally exhausting one, dealing with the reality that no one in leadership can confidently say that it is safe to return, despite the fact that the health and safety of myself, my colleagues, and my students is in your hands. I didn't realize that I could possibly face even more devastation and exhaustion this week than when I saw that on top of all the concern and worry educators have about reopening right now, the board has decided to redline the proposed dress code. Let me be as clear as I can. Our district has had equity on the agenda for months now, and we have talked circles around how to be more equitable.
In that venture, we failed when we released a statement after the murder of George Floyd that did not directly support our Black students. That is the mistake we are making again right now by not explicitly including protections for our students based on race, sex, gender identity or expression, sexual orientation, ethnicity, disability, religion, cultural observance, household income, or body type and size in our dress code. To leave this language out is to fail to recognize and validate the full, authentic humanity of our students. Do not fail our students and teachers again tonight. Do not delete the life-affirming language in the dress code, and do not send us back to school in a week and a half when we could spend another 4 weeks preparing and ensuring the safety of all of our community. Thank you.
Thank you, Alexis.
The next citizen speaker is Mary Castle.
Mary? Mary? Mary, can you hear us?
I believe so. I'm trying to mute the meeting. All right, can you hear me?
I can hear you. Did you hear my opening remarks?
Yes, I did.
Okay, and Mary, you have the meeting muted so you don't have a feedback issue on your end. You're okay?
Okay, great.
All right, well then you can begin when you're ready.
All right, good evening, board members. My name is Mary Elizabeth Castle, and I'm the policy advisor at Texas Values. I'm here to actually congratulate you on the policy that you have on the dress code so far. Unfortunately, with the listed groups, it wasn't very inclusive. It's better to have any students to list out the specific groups that you listed. Having those specific groups list out makes it a SOGI policy that grants special protections to specific classes. And it gives a gateway to many problematic legal policies that are not encoded in state or federal law that grant special protections to sexual orientation and gender identity. Moreover, this policy still does have one flaw, even with the edited version. It does have First Amendment challenges as it outlaws any clothing that seems offensive or intimidating. These terms are very vague and can be used by anyone to silence someone's political or religious beliefs. One example is a case out in California where a student named Ashley Jarvis was asked to take her cross necklace off at her college because it was considered intimidating and offensive. However, she was able to win that case because she still had her First Amendment free speech rights to wear her cross necklace. If you take that language out and make sure that it is very broad and students aren't punished for any clothing that is vaguely considered offensive or intimidating, then you can protect their free speech rights. Otherwise, I believe that the policy should stay as it is. Thank you.
Thank you, Mary.
The next citizen speaker is Ross Piper.
Ross, can you hear us? Ross?
Let's come back to him later. The next citizen speaker will be Jonathan Sands.
Jonathan?
Yes, I'm here.
Jonathan, did you hear my opening remarks?
Yes, is it my turn to speak?
You are now up. Thank you for coming to speak tonight, and you may begin when you're ready.
Great. My name is Jonathan Sines, and I live in Cedar Park. I have 6 children in my home. I'm also a licensed attorney, and I've been working in this field of public policy for quite some time. I've been licensed for 17 years as a lawyer, and I do a lot of work with government entities and officials to give them insight on areas of constitutional law where I practice. I'm concerned about the Leander ISD proposed student dress code and the student experience, the one that was drafted. It's come to my attention there may have been some changes. I have not been able to access the live stream, so I've not been able to see the testimony before me. And I have seen a draft, but it's with the amount of time, it's been hard to verify whether or not what changes have been made. So let me just express the concerns I have with the draft proposed, and if there are any comments that are made about what's currently being proposed to changes, I'd be interested in hearing that. But my opposition primarily is in Section 3, where the words gender identity and sexual orientation have been added. That type of policy we do not find in state law. So if Leander ISD were to continue with this type of policy in several different sections, they would be going outside of what's covered in what is appropriate and what is protected in state law. That means they would be in jeopardy of not having support of the Attorney General's office and individuals at that level if there were to be litigation. And there has been a lot of litigation. Adding the words gender identity and sexual orientation to public policy, particularly in schools, has caused a lot of divisiveness. It's been controversial, and a lot of times there's been court cases and litigation and other concerns that have followed it. Wimberley ISD looked at doing this recently, and the members there smartly voted it down. Also, Mansfield ISD looked at adding similar terms. That was voted down. And so that would be the wise practice. And so I understand entities like Texas Association of School Boards and others may make these recommendations, but this is not what the U.S. Supreme Court has said. Even though there's a recent decision that relates to some of these words in the Supreme Court decision Bostock, that's an employment case for employees, not about student speech. It does not apply or does not have to be extended in this case. So I ask you to reject these words in the student dress code. Even some of the changes I've observed, still having the word offensive in there can cause major First Amendment protection violations. And if that change has not been made, I ask you to consider removing that word, as it could be. The Supreme Court has recognized that that is not something that can be banned. Thank you.
Thank you, Jonathan.
The next citizen speaker is Ross Piper.
Ross? Sorry, I just moved too quick there. Ross? Ross, can you hear us? Ross?
Yeah, hi.
Hello there. Did you want to have your video on?
Oh, it's not on. Sure, let me see if I can get working.
Oh, I don't want to disconnect.
Yeah, looks like it's working.
There you are,
yeah,
Ross.
And I heard your disclaimer there at the beginning, so I'm ready to go if you guys are.
Sure, thank you.
Sure, I know it's a long evening. Bottom line, reject considering extending this virtual learning. Get the kids back in school, please. Considering that we're even considering this initiative tells me that the decision's already been made, but I'll go ahead and say my piece anyway. This is a political decision. If it was actually used based on evidence and things like risk management, taking a distance, I think there would be a different decision. But this tells me that there's It's truly emotional. We're bought into the first order effects, which is the morbidity and mortality effects of the virus, but we're not looking at second, third, fourth order effects of the virus. So we're definitely not looking long term and the impacts that this is going to have on our kids. So bottom line, please get the kids back in school, get everybody back to work. The job of a district and schools in general is to educate students to the best of their ability. You have parents who have come on who have talked about how Zoom is not successful, especially for our early learners. So let's get the kids back in school, let's get everybody back to work, and they can do their jobs. And that's it. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Jonathan.
The next citizen speaker is John Leidick.
John, can you hear me? Board members, you might be going to sleep with this voice in your head later. Can you hear me? John, can you hear me? I apologize in advance. John? Apologize for citizens who might also be hearing this voice over and over and over again.
I can hear you.
Okay, John.
Yes, you're able to see me?
We can see you, John, and hear you. Did you hear my opening remarks?
I did, yes, thank you.
Then you may begin when you're ready.
Sure. No, I first appreciate thanks to you all. You got a tough job and long nights on nights like this, so appreciate your patience as well. I'll be pretty succinct. I think that I'm hearing the topic of the COVID. The key question is of course whether, when, how to go back. Lots of points of view. I'll refrain from hyperbole on either extent. You hear some folks that'll say that there's no risk, probably not right. You'll hear some that say that it's tremendous risk, and it's also probably not right. There is some risk. There's also some return in terms of education, and it's risk and return, and you try and figure out how to make it work. My 2 cents would be to think about it strategically. My input here is coming from a parent with multiple kids in the district. One of them is ICAP, and which is special needs, the most intense special needs situation. And I'll say, I turned to some of my kids today and I said, listen, if I get to choose, you have to get back to school because this isn't working. It's not viable for dependent students, whether they be ICAP or the very young kids. You heard some of the speakers earlier in the night, the gentleman, I think, with the 5-year-old twins, similar situations. When they can't really function, it's not practical. For my older kids that are self-sustaining, I said, listen, you might have to weather this storm. You might have to work through virtual for a while because that's the way we get stuff done. So, you're going to make decisions, but my counsel would be to be thoughtful and look for creative third alternatives because there's no easy answer on this. But if we try and get creative, we may come up with some better ones. What I would ask is, for the ICAP students and the really young kids, it's going to be a fraction of the overall population. You experienced tonight technical difficulties. Imagine for a minute, again, they're at home. They're trying to navigate with 2 working parents, how to do Zoom. I mean, it's a big mess. So if we can get them back, I heard reference today to, on some of the other speakers to getting into school, but then working on remote from the classroom. I'm not sure what that's about. I wouldn't do that. But just get a small segment of the population back with true face-to-face learning. And then some of the rest are going to have to work through remote for a while until we have, a viable solution for all. Thanks.
Thank you, John.
The next citizen speaker is Christy Barber.
Christy? Christy? Christy, are you there?
Her audio is connecting.
Yes, hello, can you hear me?
Hi, Christy. We can hear and see you.
Okay, great.
Did you hear my opening remarks?
I did.
Then you may begin when you're ready.
My name is Christy Barber. I'm the parent of a middle and high schooler. I'm here tonight to advocate for our schools to open as scheduled on September the 8th. There are very different sides to how everyone feels about this situation, about COVID. I respect every individual's opinion on this matter, but I want the board to respect the opinion of 50% of the parents that want in-person learning. We do not feel like you are listening to our side, only those that feel that it is too soon to open. I fear that the time to reopen may never come for some of the it's too soon crowd. If some aren't ready to send their kids back, that is fine. They can stay virtual. But for the other half of the district, we want and need in-person learning and all that school provides to our kids. We had a plan, we need to stick to the plan. Further delaying in person is not the end. I would like to share some comments found on the CDC website. CDC states that the harms attributed to closed schools on the social, emotional, and behavioral health, economic well-being, and academic achievement of children in both the short and long term are well known and significant. Further, the lack of in-person educational options disproportionately harms low-income and minority children and those living with disabilities. Aside from a child's home, no other setting has more influence on a child's health and well-being than their school. The Wall Street Journal stated, the evidence, scientific, health, and economic argues overwhelmingly for schools to open. I've talked with other parents whose kids are crying because virtual learning isn't working for them. Some have taken their kids to see counselors for the first time ever because of depression issues. I had some tears in my house today. I know our teachers are doing the best they can. I sincerely appreciate every single one of them, but this is not ideal learning for some. Why is the emotional health and academic environment for students not being considered? The format used to gain feedback on this topic is absolutely flawed. Depending on your availability to respond to thousands of comments, how do you know what voice you are actually hearing from the parents? Which ones are being able to amplify the loudest? Who has the time to sort through thousands of comments? The very black and white survey you asked, who wants virtual, who wants in person, that is what we should leverage. It did enable all voices to be heard. Parents made plans around this, and now at the 11th hour, you are trying to change this when every graph shows decline in the COVID situation. This makes absolutely no sense. It's not about how you personally feel, it's about a broader community, and there's a strong base that needs our schools open. Your vote tonight will change kids' lives. Give them hope and not fear. Stick to what you said you were going to do and vote to keep our original plan of a full opening on September the 8th. Thank you.
Thank you, Christy.
The next citizen speaker is Bethany Burnham.
Bethany?
Yes, hello?
Hi, Bethany. Did you want your video camera on?
Oh, yes, let me. Okay.
There you go. We can see you. Can you see us?
No, I can't.
Okay, that's all right. Well, we can see you and hear you, so we're good. Okay, I don't know if you can see the timer. If you can't see the timer, just make sure that you watch for 3 minutes on your testimony. Did you hear my opening remarks?
Yes, I did.
Okay, well, then you can begin when you're ready.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for allowing me to speak this evening. I would like to address the redlining done by the board to the recommended revisions of the dress code. I am the mother of 3 LISD students. I have been following the development of the new dress code with the hope that it would be more inclusive and equitable with specific guidance for administration, teachers, and students. I was disappointed when the red line version of the new dress code was released late today, with all of the specific protections for students crossed out. I want to protest the redlining and the watering down of the original detailed wording of the dress code, which was designed to protect marginalized groups. By replacing the words, regardless of race, sex, gender identity, gender expression, sexual orientation, ethnicity, disability, religion, cultural observance, household income, or body type and size, with the generic any student, the school board has failed to protect all of its students. By specifically enumerating these protected classes in the dress code, the original wording protects students from subjective interpretation. Furthermore, I protest the redlining of the phrase, allow students to wear clothing that express their self-identified gender. It is important to the mental health and personal growth of our students that they be allowed to express themselves freely and fully within the confines of a reasonable dress code. This wording has clearly been changed in an effort to avoid confrontation with some parents who will feel uncomfortable with these topics. However, it is not the school district's job to appease a few uncomfortable parents, but to protect its students and provide an inclusive and safe learning environment free from discrimination. Finally, I ask that you add language that protects hairstyles and hair. It is important that the language is added to protect our students in LISD. We have to be purposeful in our language so we provide an equitable and a non-discriminatory environment for our students. Thank you.
Thank you, Bethany.
The next citizen speaker is Brian Rebus.
Brian, are you there?
I am.
Did you hear my opening comments?
I did.
Then you may begin when you're ready.
All right, this should be pretty quick. I only have a couple of points. I will not thank you because I don't think you have done a job worth thanking. I was under the impression the vote was gonna. Oh, sorry, I have a feedback loop. I was under the impression that the vote was going to be in person. The vote for deciding to go back in person was going to happen today after hearing all citizen comments. If that's the case, why did Dr. Gehring already announce the decision? But my original question and the reason for signing up for this was to ask what your plan is if, say, 20% of your teachers and staff decide to call out sick the first week or just outright resign. I wanted to use the rest of my time to state some facts. 60% of the students' schools are closed due to COVID-19. 60% of the world's students' schools are closed due to COVID-19. By most metrics, the U.S. is the worst country off. Texas is the second worst off state in this country. There is 1,082 schools that have reported cases in the U.S. Of that, Texas has 182. And here's the map. Thank you.
Thank you, Brian.
The next citizen speaker is Casey Van Daly.
Casey?
Casey's room was empty, I believe. We'll come back to her.
Okay.
The next citizen speaker is Kayla Gillen.
Kayla?
Yeah, hi.
Hi. All right, did you hear the opening remarks?
I did, yes.
Okay, you may begin when you're ready.
Alrighty. So hello, I am very grateful to be speaking with Dr. Gearing, Madam President, and the Board of Trustees this evening. My name is Kayla Gillen, and I am a senior, and I am in the International Baccalaureate program at Leander High School. I wanted to speak tonight regarding the phased-in schedule for the school district. I think if you are going to go ahead and decide that students should be back in school, I find it a little confusing and unfair that seniors are not included in the phases and instead lumped at the end in the form of an asterisk. Seniors have the most difficult course load, hurrying to complete our diploma and prepare for college. I myself am preparing for 5 difficult and stressful exams that are necessary to gain my IB diploma. Our campuses also feature college counseling that many students, especially students who are less fortunate, they need those to utilize to help them with college admissions. Oftentimes, seniors also have practicum classes, courses in which hands-on work is essential for vocational training. Seniors on our campuses have the most leadership roles in sports, arts, clubs, and in the classroom. I am the leader of 2 clubs and involved with many more. Personally, I also have a sister who is in the 9th grade, and both of my parents work very hard in their full-time jobs. The proposed plans simply would not work for families who rely on older siblings and students for transportation. If my sister were to return to school, I would either have to cut into my own school time or my parents would have to leave work in the morning in order to get her there. I've been a part of Leander ISD since I was in kindergarten, and I've enjoyed interacting with my fellow teachers and peers. And one of the best things about IB is that I truly have the most amazing teachers. I have found great joy being a student in this district. During this time, it is absolutely necessary that the district ensures extensive safety measures with a clear plan for opening that is voiced to the community. We should know how things are going to run, and all discussions on this matter must be shared, not only with the staff and adults in our community, but with the students as well. I am fully capable of understanding plans and procedures put forth by the district if you would be willing to actually share them with me. However, if you are going to go as far as giving the option to return in school, the option that we thought we had before, seniors should not be placed on the back burner. Thank you so much for your time. I understand this is a very late evening, and I hope y'all have a good rest of your week and stay safe. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
The next citizen speaker is Casey Van Daly.
Hi, Casey.
Hi, how are you?
Fine, thank you. Did you hear the opening remarks?
I did, yes.
Then you may begin when you're ready.
All right, good evening. I want to first thank our teachers for how hard they're working through this challenging time. I'm here to speak up for what I believe is a larger than you might think constituency that not only desires but needs children to return to school. I respect everyone's view on this highly polarized issue. We have a daughter in kindergarten and sons in 3rd and 4th grade. The fact is, virtual learning for our family is simply not sustainable. Our kids are not thriving educationally, and the toll it's taking on our family is significant. We've heard the same sentiments from families where both parents work in single-parent households. This is simply not sustainable. We do not live in a risk-free world. Every time you get in a vehicle, strap on a football helmet, board a plane, or in today's world, go to a restaurant, you're accepting risk of serious injury, illness, or death. We live in a world that deals with risk mitigation. As a society, we implement laws and policies to mitigate risk while maintaining a society of progress and enjoyment. Virtual learning is a risk-free strategy as it relates to one particular risk, COVID-19. However, it ignores several other risks such as mental health, depression, anxiety, domestic violence, employment concerns for families with working parents or single-parent households, and many others. According to data from the National Center for Health Statistics, it's estimated that there's a 3.6 times greater likelihood of death from influenza or pneumonia as compared to COVID-19 for ages 5 to 14. We don't close our schools in fear of the flu. We shouldn't close them in fear of COVID-19. Instead, we should mitigate the risk, for which Leander ISD has had over 5 months to prepare, and I trust has prepared to the best of their ability. Giving parents and students a choice between virtual and in-person was great. Now I ask that the board please follow through on their plan to open the school September 8th. No phasing in, just open the schools for those that have elected to be in person. Our kids want to be in school, their teachers want to teach them in school. Please let them be in school. Thank you.
Thank you.
The next citizen speaker is Jenna Percival.
Jenna?
Yes. Thank you.
The next citizen speaker is Jenna Percival.
Jenna, I know you can hear us.
Hello.
Hi. Oh, there you are. You'll want to turn off the live feed so you don't get feedback.
Let me get that.
Did you hear my opening remarks?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
Then you can begin when you're ready.
Hi, my name is Jenna Percival. I'm a second grade teacher at Camacho Elementary and a parent of a Leander ISD student. Please open up schools on September 8th for all families who picked in-person learning. Virtual learning is not working. It's not working for the families. Many parents are trying to get multiple kids on and off Zooms, complete assignments, as well as balancing their own work either inside or outside the home. Some have had to quit their jobs or use their PTO because the schools won't open. These families picked in-person learning for a reason. They need their children to be in school and taught by certified teachers. It's not working for students, a parent's point of view. Social and emotional development in children has been on the decline for years. Throw in being isolated from others and stuck in front of a screen for hours at a time only makes these limited social skills worse. I've watched my own child struggle to make any form of connection with his classmates and teachers. It doesn't happen. When there are 30 kids on a Zoom, they can't turn and talk. They can't introduce themselves to someone new and start a conversation with them. Emotionally, my son is in pain. He misses his friends, he misses his teachers. Physically, my son is in pain. Daily, he complains of headaches and eye aches from being in front of the screen. His body is sore from sitting the majority of the day. He wants to be in the school building where he knows he learns best. It's not working for the students, a teacher's point of view. The students are not learning. They either have someone at home doing the work for them, or there's no one there to help them and they're getting all the answers wrong. Teachers can't call a student over and have a private conversation with them about their work. In the classroom, this would be a 2-minute conversation and they'd be back on their way on their completing their assignment. Instead, they're getting frustrated that work is being sent back to try again. Even with the voice recorded support of the teacher, it's not the same. They're already giving up and we're only a few weeks into the school year. These students have already lost 9 weeks of education. Each day we are virtual is another day of educational time lost. We've seen, even tonight, that technical issues happen. When that happens in a virtual environment with 30 students, it's disastrous. The lesson is over at that point, and there is no going back. Another loss of educational time. It's not working for teachers. I signed up to be in the classroom with children. That is where I want to be. That is where I need to be. I could go on and on about how much more work virtual learning is and how much physical pain I'm in from sitting in front of the screen all day. But I'm not. That's not the point. I'm a teacher. I'll do whatever I need to do to help my students learn. But what they need is to be in the classroom with their teacher. This virus has a 99.6 survivability rate, and that 0.4% is mostly elderly people and those with pre-existing conditions. If teachers don't want to go into the school and teach, fine, let them distance teach. But myself and many others want to be in the classroom, in the school building with students, because that's what students need to be successful. Thank you.
Thank you, Jenna.
The next citizen speaker is David Barnes.
David? David?
Hello.
Hey, did you hear my opening remarks, David?
Yes, I did.
Then you can begin when you're ready.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen of the board, Dr. Gehring, district administrators. As my father used to say, if the shoe fits, wear it. My name is David Barnes. I'm a teacher at Glenn High School. I am again in front of you today because of your failed leadership. It is a shame that in this time of crisis, your lack of leadership has failed to instill the confidence in this community. It has a lack of transparency, a non-commitment, and an inability to provide for the basic needs, and it has teachers feeling unsafe, or marginalized populations feeling rejected, and parents uncertain about their students' education. As a member of the committee that drafted the proposed dress code, I am extremely proud that the dress code would have protected students from discrimination, and I quote, based on race, sex, gender identity or expression, sexual orientation, ethnicity, disability, religion, cultural observance, household income, or body type size. However, after some apprehension displayed by board members, this wording was kicked back for revision and was redlined out and replaced by the words any student. I think it effectively meant all students. All has never meant all. The Declaration of Independence suggests that all men are created equal. The 14th Amendment says all persons. The foundation of Article 7 of the Texas Constitution reinforces the idea that all children are entitled to free and appropriate education. However, in each of those instances, all has always left out some. We maintained slaves after 1776. People of color are still struggling to find equal protection under the law, and millions of students receive a substandard education. Your desire to strike out any mention of inclusivity and replace it with all is a continuation of systematic oppression that goes back over 400 years. In the edits, you strike out one provision protecting LGBTQ students. That provision, I quote, allows students to wear clothing that expresses their self-identified gender, end quote. And after this, the equity inquiry indicated that LGBTQ students were the most oppressed in your district. These protections are written in the code to illustrate and reinforce to authorities that they are to stop discriminatory practices towards marginalized groups, because these groups are often not included when policies say all. It is most disheartening that I've seen in this writing that you would redline ink in our philosophy statement. This board is saying that their philosophy does not include protections for these marginalized students. And if you're comfortable with the word all, I demand that you deliberate in public how you think the word all will protect our LGBTQ students, our poor students, and our students of color. I demand that you vote on the original proposal presented by our committee without red lines and put yourself on the record. Pass or fail, I want to know who among our leadership is for equity and who is not. And just like my father used to say, if the shoe fits, wear it. God bless you and thank you for your time.
Thank you, David.
The next citizen speaker is Bree Branscombe.
Bree?
Hello?
Hi, Bree. Did you hear my opening remarks?
I did not. I'll anything right now. There we go.
Okay. Did you hear my opening remarks at the beginning of the thing regarding your 3 minutes to speak, and that's not a back and forth communication?
I do not, but I'm familiar.
Okay. Well, you are familiar. No back and forth communication. 3 minutes. Thank you very much, and begin when you're ready.
Okay. So hi, my name is Brianna Branscombe. This is now the third time I've come to the board to talk about racial discriminatory policies in Leander ISD. I was recently disappointed to read the school dress code and see that the specific language pertaining to anti-discrimination that would specifically highlight things that lead to discrimination on the basis of race, gender, sexual identity, sexual orientation, things of that nature, religion, were stricken and for some reason replaced with more general language. I am not aware of who did this. I'm not aware of the influence the board has over this, but that would lead me to believe that these words were placed to placate members of the community who might harbor sentiments that work in opposition to more inclusive language. And to that, I've just got to say, I'm tired. I mean, I know there have been other speakers tonight, but we're tired. How many times do people have to come to these board meetings and share why we need these policies, why children, which is what this school board is for and what this district is for, why children need these policies? It has to be specific. There has to be the language there that says we will not accept it if you are racist. We will not accept it if you are homophobic, if you are transphobic, or anything like that. The line about letting kids wear clothes that express their gender identity was stricken. Why is that? Why is that acceptable? Why are we catering to the worst people of this district as opposed to the most vulnerable ones? Everyone has a place in Leander ISD, not just the rich, white, conservative people of this district. Everyone. That includes minority gay children. They get to have a voice, and they get to be comfortable at this school. They get to be comfortable in this school district. It has to start with the board, because clearly our community is not going to step up in the way it needs to, or our administration is not always going to step up in the way it needs to. So the board needs to set that precedent, and they need to say it is not acceptable to overlook these kids anymore because we're exhausted. If we're seeing anything in this country right now, it is that there is outrage, that there is exhaustion, and that it's reached a point where we can't deal with it anymore. It's reached a point where we're not waiting anymore. We are not asking anymore. We are saying we will be treated as equal in every facet of life. Racist police officers do not just become racist out of nowhere. Hateful people do not just become hateful out of nowhere. They come out of schools like ours. They come out of schools in the suburbs. They come out of communities where things like this in the past were allowed and were accepted to continue, just so that we wouldn't make other people uncomfortable and push their prejudice. I want us to stop doing that. I want us to start caring about all kids, not just the ones that have the most privilege. About all I've got to say on this. Thank you for the time.
Thank you, Bree.
I don't know.
The next citizen speaker is Daryl Frost.
Daryl? Thank you, Bree. Daryl, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay. Well, did you hear my opening remarks?
I did,
Okay.
yes.
Then you may begin when you're ready.
Okay, thank you very much. Good evening, Madam President, board members. Thank you so much for the opportunity to testify. My name is Daryl Frost, and I've been a resident of Leander since December of last year. First, I'd like to thank you for listening to the concerns of community members by removing references to group identities in the school dress code so that the focus is rather individual actions and the inherent worth of each student. We are all different, and we must treat others with kindness and respect. But our value is found in our common humanity, not our membership in a certain class or group. It's important that the dress code reflects the interests of all stakeholders, including students, their families, staff, and community members. I applaud the board's willingness to ensure that in their recent revisions. Of the speakers who have testified in opposition to these changes tonight, most were not students or parents, who are the ones most directly affected by this policy. That would seem to indicate the majority of families find these changes acceptable. I'm interested in knowing when the language in the original proposed policy was first presented to the board and what prompted the board to make the revisions. I look forward to listening to that conversation during the remainder of the board meeting or an upcoming board meeting. While I also find these changes encouraging, I'm concerned about the addition of language that would essentially give administration a blank check to amend and enforce the dress code at their discretion to ensure the safety and security of staff and students in light of the current pandemic. As we all know, COVID-19 has required us to adjust our daily routines and expectations in many different ways. And while the safety and security of all parties should certainly be a primary concern, I don't believe a policy of such wide-ranging latitude is the best way to ensure it. This revision is intended to require the wearing of face masks or other personal protective equipment. The policy should be limited to this purpose. Otherwise, it puts administration in the position of making policy, and according to the Texas Education Code, That authority is reserved for the board. In addition, the pandemic has not inhibited the ability of the board to continue to meet online. So there's no logistical reason for the board to delegate their policymaking authority to district employees. Thank you again for your continued attention to these concerns.
Thank you.
Madam President, we have 2 speakers left. They are, however, not on the list. Do you want me to let one of them in?
Yeah, I do. Let me ask a point of clarification here. I thought we had 42 speakers, and I've count that we're at 37. Have I miscounted?
No, ma'am. Some folks had dropped off.
Okay. Do we? All right. I don't think there's nothing we can do when they do that, right?
We've tried to contact a couple of them and left messages.
Okay. Thank you. If we hear from them. All right. Yes. Let's have the other 2 come in.
Okay.
One at a time, preferably.
Yes, ma'am. This screen name says Roxy.
Okay. Hello? Hello, Roxy?
Yes, ma'am. This screen name says Roxy. Okay.
You're going to need to turn off the background comment version.
Hello?
Hi. Are you Roxy?
I'm not. That's my daughter. I've tried to log in on a bunch of different computers. My name's Lexi.
Lexi. All right. Lexi, did you hear my opening comments?
I did.
All right. And some of my opening comments refer to information that would have been sent to you via email if you signed up. Did you have all that?
Yes, I got the email and I clicked the link.
Awesome.
And my daughter was using this computer because the school computer's crapped out.
No worries.
So we're using this one last.
We are figuring it out. We will keep moving forward, and you may begin when you're ready.
Thank you. Again, my name is Lexi Hogue. I've got 6 kids in the district, so I'm very invested in their education. I wanted to first start off by acknowledging, and I understand that the position the board is in and the superintendent is in, you guys have been dealt a hand that no other board has had to deal with. And I know it's scary and unprecedented, and those facts are not lost on me and the community. We know you're just trying to do what's best for the kids and teachers in your district. Fortunately for you, you don't have to do it alone. You have an entire community that is here to help you. I think that's what you were hoping for when you sent out a survey a couple weeks ago asking what parents and teachers felt comfortable with doing going back to school. You wanted to know if we should have in-person learning or virtual, if teachers felt safe enough to come back to teach their students. I think you got your answer. An overwhelming 82% of teachers felt comfortable enough to go back and teach. 46% of parents want their children to go back as normal, and only 25% said they wanted virtual learning. We live in a country where a majority rules. We were shocked to find out that you delayed school another 3 weeks, an arbitrary number, I think, with no reason given. My kids were sad and frustrated to learn that they wouldn't be returning to their classrooms and they'd have to deal with virtual learning again. It's not working. As you can see tonight, it's not working. My kids are frustrated and upset, and I am crying every day. The technology isn't there, the bandwidth isn't there. I have 6 kids in 6 different grades, all trying to use an unreliable internet at the same time, and it's causing a lot of heartache. But we thought we could do it for 3 weeks. And then without warning, you blindsided us with this phased-in plan. There was no mention of it in detail anywhere. Had you implemented this plan at the beginning of the school year on August 13th, maybe it would have been a little bit more well-received, and maybe we could have gotten kids in school by September 8th. But again, you wanted to delay our kids' education. The plan itself is not only unnecessary, but it's completely impossible for parents who have multiple children in multiple grades, for working parents, for single mothers. I'm trying to figure out how I'm supposed to leave my fourth grader at home alone every morning until October 5th while I take my other elementary school students and drop them off, and then my high schoolers, and then my middle schoolers, all while she's trying to log on to Zoom, dealing with technical issues. The morning drop-off takes forever for each school. I can't take her with me because she needs to log on. Our children are ready to get back to class. We're ready. They're excited to go back. Parents who have chosen to send their kids back aren't scared of the virus that barely affects children. They aren't scared of what could be. They're scared of what will be if we do not go back. Anxiety, depression, suicide numbers are skyrocketing through the country in our youth. They need consistency, schedule, discipline, teachers, sports activities, they need it all. The risk of kids not going back to school far outweigh any risk of COVID. Please listen to the parents who have chosen in-person learning. Parents who have chosen virtual don't have a say in this. I beg you to send our kids back to school. Thank you.
Thank you, Lexi.
The next citizen speaker says ABBA Connect.
Okay. Hello? Hello? Hello?
Yep. Can you hear me?
Oh, hello there. And your name?
Is Jeff Johnson.
Jeff.
On a work computer that did not get switched. My apologies.
No worries, Jeff. Okay. Jeff, did you hear my opening remarks?
I did.
Okay. And Jeff, because of the way the system came in, I just want to make sure that you signed up and got the packet of information because I referred to that in my opening remarks.
I did.
Okay. Then you may begin when you're ready.
Thank you, Madam President, Dr. Gehring, Board of Trustees. On this already long evening, thank you. Thank you for serving. None of you chose this path. None of us even could have anticipated it coming. But thank you for investing your time and energy, your collective wisdom into our community. This summer has reminded us just how little certainty we can provide about the future. So many factors are out of our control, and that doesn't change just because the responsibility of leadership rests on your shoulders. I'm just going to stop there because that's what I had originally responded. And I just want to kind of echo that point because you guys have heard so many different opinions and things. And I don't know if you've heard yet that you're not responsible for all of the lives and all of the people in our district. We as parents and community members, we share that responsibility. We even own it for our own families. You're responsible for providing clear direction forward, for giving to your best ability the factors that are going to be aligned for education, for safety, for how we take care of our children. You're responsible for policy. You are not responsible for the lives of children. That's a responsibility that we all share. And so I hope that you don't try to carry the weight of responsibility for the citizens of 200 square miles of school district because it could be crushing. And it kind of feels that way in nights like this. So I thank you for what you do, and I thank you for the leadership that you offer. The plan that's going to be voted on tonight is not the plan I would have chosen, but it is a clear plan. It's a plan that has outlined ideas. It's a difficult plan. It's one that doesn't meet all the needs of all the people. You've definitely heard an outcry for equality, for equal treatment of all people tonight, and I would say that getting kids back in school is one of the most equal things you can do to treat the students of LISD. Let's take my last minute and say I was honored to be on the committee that helped discuss the dress code. And I think one thing that's maybe been missed tonight is the overarching changes that happened to the dress code. It was my first time with such a document. I have not ever been in one of those committees, so perhaps I came in not knowing what to look for, what to watch for. But most of our conversations centered around hats and hair and pajamas and how we could better treat students and help them understand that we are for them, not against them, how we could better arm teachers and administrators to have effective and meaningful conversations with students, not to demean them. And so policies were changed to change the way that conversations happened and the way that we regarded dress. And all in all, it was a pleasant experience, to be quite honest, and one that I think created a document that reflects major change from years past. And I appreciate that opportunity. I appreciate you guys taking a look at it. And I hope that you guys have a productive evening for the rest of your time. Thank you for this time.
Thank you, Jeff.
Madam President, that was the last citizen speaker.
All right, board members, it is 10:53. We do have a lengthy agenda ahead of us, even as I'm streamlining and we're trying to quickly move through things. Let's go ahead and take a 10-minute break, because I think if I do it too short, we still won't be back in time. So I'm going to try to set a realistic goal. 10 minutes, and then let's be back here at 11:03 and ready to pick up a robust agenda. Thank you. board members, let's go ahead and get started. Remember that I'm asking for patience. We are moving around our agenda. We did so to accommodate, and we will be accommodating our speakers, but as we move through our agenda, we're just going to take the items we can, be as effective and streamline where we can, and there's some of these that are just going to have robust discussions. We're going to now go to our next item on the agenda that we have yet to pull up. It's the beginning of school update. This is not the phased reopening discussion, so I would like for us to please keep our comments just on the back to school.
Thank you, Madam President. Just a very brief update. We did talk about this extensively last week, really focused on the first day of school. I just want everybody to know that Jason and I have been working extensively with our vendor, Content Keeper. They have really done some exceptional work, I believe, in getting us up and running. You know, we had a significant issue on Wednesday evening that forced us to not open high schools for Thursday and Friday and bring them back on Monday. They did really go out of their way with their customer service team to make sure that we could get up and running on Monday. And we are getting better every day. We're still having some bandwidth issues that we are working on and trying to resolve. Hopefully our students and our teachers are seeing improvements in that on a daily basis, and we will continue to get better as we progress. But I just did want to point out that we've been working diligently with them over the last couple of days. They are based in Australia, and so they have accommodated our time difference schedules and really dedicated their North American team to helping us get to where we need to be at this point in time. We continue to evaluate that and make sure that we can go forward in the right way over the long term, and so Jason and I will continue to work on that issue and make sure that our students and our teachers get the technology access that they need in a very safe environment that is provided by that web filtering software. So other than that, I think we're not going to spend much more time discussing the first week or so of school, and we will bring you more information about what's going to happen as we go forward in the later agenda item.
Thank you, Dr. Gehring. All right, we'll move on now to our action items. Board members, remember, as I said earlier, item number 10, those items, we will not be working on those tonight. Core beliefs, vision, and mission, those are so important to a board, and we've talked about how important that is to us to keep revisiting this or to fully develop this. That'll be at our next meeting, as well as the discussion on regarding how to handle resolutions. Tonight, we're going to focus for the rest of the agenda. So for Dr. Gehring and administration, if you think I've missed anything, let me know, but we're going to stay right here in 9 now. We're going to start on B, governance team. Consider approval of amended order of elections. We're taking up the items that were not touched at all during the last meeting. Now, board, I would like to know, traditionally we go through the items that we're going to vote on, talk about them, and then would vote on them at the next meeting. Tonight, and because of what we had to do with our agenda and how we're trying to move forward to make sure we get robust discussion, do you want to move through all the items we haven't talked about and then vote on them? Or do you want to vote on these items as we move through them?
Well, with this particular item, Madam President, let's just get through it. I mean, there's not a lot of discussion that needs to occur with moving the election.
Okay. Anybody else?
We can vote on it.
All right, so for right now, the plan is going to be is as we take up the items, we're going to talk about them and then vote on them. Item B, consider approval of amended order of election. Sean, you had something you wanted to point out to us on the location change? The revision and extras?
He pointed it out to me, so I have it.
Will you go ahead and point that out, Alexis, or tell the...
So it's just as revised on August 26th, so I'll just read the motion. I move that the board approve the amended order of election as revised on August 26th for the November 3rd, 2020 general election for the purpose of electing one trustee each for the positions designated as place 3, place 4, place 5.
I'll second.
I have a motion from Alexis, a second from, was it Pam? Okay, Pam's a second. All those in favor, please raise your hand. Okay, 7 ayes, no nays, motion carries. All right, we're going to move on to consider amending. I'm skipping around because I'm going to the items we have to vote on that the administration would like for us to definitely get done tonight. Considering amending the 2020-2021 academic calendar to move the November 2nd Staff Development Day to November 3rd.
That's item 2 under B.
That's item 4 under B.
Oh, got it.
Okay, staff. John, do you have a?
Good evening, Madam President, Dr. Gearing.
Oh, sorry.
Good evening. The district has received requests from Williamson and Travis counties to be election sites on November 3rd. This is normal practice for our district as we often host elections at our campuses. The counties and the administration both believe that this year's election will have a large voter turnout since it is a presidential election along with state and local races. Since the county anticipates large participation, they have requested larger spaces than they normally use to conduct the elections. And the election administrators have informed the district that they are requesting people to wear masks at voting locations, but they cannot, and we cannot require a person to wear a mask at the voting sites. Our administration is concerned that we may not be able to socially distance our students and staff with outside visitors and still be able to perform our normal daily activities. On November 2nd, the district has a professional learning day scheduled for our staff and a day off for our students. The district sees this as an opportunity to switch the November 2nd day with the November 3rd day and allow our campuses to be open to elections without the mixing of the voters with our staff and students. Any questions?
I move to amend the 2020-2021 academic calendar to move the November 2nd Staff Development Day to November 3rd and reassign the original Staff Development Day to be a student attendance day.
Second.
Have a motion from Alexis, a second from Jim. Any further discussion? All those in favor, please raise your hand. 7 ayes, no nays, motion carries. We'll now move on to the next item under operations. Consider approval, operations 1, consider approval of a waiver from the AFR November 27th due date requirements due to COVID-19. Okay.
All right. Good evening, Madam President, board members, Superintendent Gearing. This item, I'm sorry, I don't know which one you called me for. The AFR? Okay.
Oh, yeah, sorry.
I
The
lost my
waiver.
place. The waiver. This year, TEA is allowing school districts with a June 30th fiscal year end to extend their due date for the submission of audited financials due to COVID. Because this is the first year that the district is ending with a June 30 fiscal year, and because of COVID and the transition to the Munis ERP, we feel that this flexibility would be a big benefit to the finance office. So we are asking the board to approve the waiver, which would extend the due date for filing our financials to January 28th, as if we were an August 31 fiscal year end.
Are there any questions?
Is there any downside to this? Any drawback?
No, it's basically, McKay, like we were an August 31 year end, like we would have normally been following the audit in all the years past. And so this just gives us a little bit of extra time with everything that's going on.
Madam President, I move the Board of Trustees approve the option for the administration to apply for a waiver for the AFR November 27th due date requirement due to COVID-19.
Second. I have a motion from Jim, a second, I think, from Gloria. All right, getting the definite on that. Any other questions? All right, all those in favor, raise your hand. All right, 7 ayes, no nays, motion carries. We're moving on to the next item. Consider approval of purchase of attendant credits and delegation of authority to obligate the district.
Yes, this item is in relation to the district's consideration of a property wealthy district, what used to be known as Chapter 41. So based on the district's property values and student counts, the district is considered property wealthy, but we do not pay recapture. However, we are still required to submit all of the required forms as if a Chapter 41, which is now Chapter 48 school district. So this item is for the board to approve submitting the intent choice selection for reducing wealth through the purchase of attendance credits. This agreement must be submitted by September 1 to the Texas Education Agency. And in order for the district to submit electronically, the board must delegate the authority to the superintendent to obligate the district under Chapter 49. So this item is to approve the agreement for the purchase of attendance credits and delegate that authority to the superintendent so the required paperwork can be submitted to TEA by September 1.
Madam President, for the 2020-21 school year, the board delegates contractual authority to obligate the school district under Texas Education Code 11.1511C4 to the superintendent solely for the purpose of obligating the district under TEC 48.257 and TEC Chapter 49 subchapters A and D and the rules adopted by the Commissioner of Education as authorized under TEC 49.006. This includes approval of the agreement for the purchase of attendance credits, netting Chapter 48 funding.
I second. I have a motion from Jim, a second from Gloria. Is there any more discussion? All right, all those in favor, please raise your hand. 7 ayes, no nays, motion carries. All right, get to stay up there. We're moving on to the next item. The consider approval of an ordinance adopting the 2020 property tax rate.
Yes, so if you will recall, we did have a presentation on this item last week and some discussion about the various options for the board to approve as far as the tax rate for the 2020 tax year. I'll remind the board that you must adopt a tax rate by the latter of September 30th or the 60th day after the certified tax roll was received. The district has posted the required notice, which was published on June 5th and June 7th, and the public hearing was held June 18th. On the M&O side of the tax rate, the district or the board has two options to consider: a rate of 0.9534 or a rate of 0.9634, which includes the additional golden penny that is an option this year with unanimous board approval. On the INS side, the current tax rate is 0.4675, and last week we looked at several different options in regards to the INS rate, and I'll be happy to answer any questions about those different rates. I will remind the board that with the golden penny, there is special language that is required, and so on the top of page 2, you have the motion language for the tax rate, including the golden penny on the M&O side at 0.9634 or the language without that golden penny. Also today, you may not have had a chance to look at this, but Senate Bill 2 passed in the last legislative session required appraisal districts to create dashboards or tax portals, and those appraisal districts sent us the public comments from the portals that they have collected since that website went live. And so I'll just remind you that you have those comments in your packet from both appraisal districts, and it was posted today because we received it today in order to give everyone the opportunity to post a comment up to the time where the board adopts the tax rate.
Board members, questions? Pam, you want to turn on your mic when you...
I'm just looking for the language to do the motion. I just don't seem to find it. So somebody else can read it. That's fine.
That was my fault, Elaine.
It would be at the bottom of the first attachment, the letter, the top of the second page.
And the first motion is it for the actual, do we have to do the penny first and then the rate? I'm trying to pull that up on my screen as well.
You will be adopting both rates separately, and we'll have to do some math to determine what the total rate is once you add those two together, depending on what is chosen for both sides. So the black text is the language if you're not approving the fifth golden penny on the M&O side, and then the red language is if you are approving the fifth penny. And that exact language must be used.
And to remind, I guess, me and the board, the rate, whether we do the penny or not, I mean, our rate is still, I mean, of course it makes sense, it would be lower. It's the lowest we've had in a decade.
Correct. Regardless of which rate you choose, it will be a reduction of the current rate, which is, the current rate is $1.4375. Every scenario that we have looked at is a reduction of that rate. So the two decisions are, will you approve the golden penny on the M&O side, and are you going to reduce the INS tax rate, and if so, to what extent? And I'll remind you on attachment, I believe the third attachment under this item provides all the scenarios.
The tax rate scenarios are there. And the motion is under which item?
The first attachment.
The first attachment.
Number 3, operations number 3, first attachment.
Yes, ma'am.
So to make this cleaner, do we need to tell you, last time we talked about reduction of the INS by that 0.25%, do we need to tell y'all that, what we're thinking of, and if we want to do the penny, and then it has to happen all at once?
It would be very helpful if you could decide on each component of the tax rate, what you were looking at approving, and then we could determine what the total tax rate is based on those two.
All right.
So for the M&O side, our choices are the way it's presented, the way we discussed last week. 95.34 with the 4 pennies. If we want to take that fifth penny, it would be 96.34, 0.9634 for the M&O side.
Correct.
96.34 for M&O.
So if somebody wants to make that motion, though, Jim, do you see, because I'm looking at the language, I'm not seeing how you could make the motion yet.
Well, and I believe we talked about the INS rate last time at 0.4650.
Mm-hmm. A quarter less than it was last.
Right, which I would see then as a total tax rate of 1.4284.
That's correct.
Okay.
Okay. So, I mean, in order to make the motion, if somebody wants to motion for the fifth penny, it would be, you move the property tax rate to be increased with the adoption of a tax rate of, would have to put that amount in there, right? 1.4284 that Aaron talked about.
Correct.
Well, we haven't, in part because we have this specific language for this fifth penny, which is what's throwing things off a little bit.
All right, I'm ready to take a shot at it.
Oh, go ahead, Jim.
Okay. Madam President, I move that the property tax rate be increased by the adoption of a tax rate of $1.42.84, which is effectively a 0.87% increase in the tax rate. The tax rate of $1.4284 consists of 0.9634 for maintenance and operations and 0.4650 for the interest and sinking as outlined in the ordinance.
That was excellent work. Jim has a first.
Second.
Second from Aaron. All right, we now have a motion, a first and a second. Is there any more discussion?
So just make sure that we've got this right. The motion includes the fifth golden penny, and it reduces the INS by the quarter-cent that we have been doing historically over the last several years, for a total rate of $1.42.84.
And to clarify, Elaine, that 0.87% increase in the tax rate language that's included in the motion, is that a correct calculation?
It is.
Okay. And as we've discussed, that's the language of the motion, but in fact, the tax rate is lower than it was last year.
Correct.
And if this fails, and we don't do the extra,
Pam, can you do the mic?
If this goes down and we don't do the extra penny, there's a different motion we just make with the extra penny out plus the INS.
Yes. Well, the motion on that page that's in the black text.
Right, but wouldn't that be that's okay, let's get.
Elaine, could you explain the importance of the golden penny? I just want to make sure everyone understands how valuable that is.
Yes, this is the first year under House Bill 3. You have that option for an additional penny. We're allowed the 4 pennies because our tax rate compressed down to 97 cents last year. This extra penny is not available to all school districts, but we have that option. This year it does require unanimous approval. Next year it does not. It brings the district $1.1 million, which we saw in the slides. If you don't take that, it reduces, it's under budget by 1.4 million. So we're still going to be a little bit under what we budgeted in the spring, but that golden penny does bring over $1 million for operations.
And because the golden penny, this fifth penny, requires unanimous vote, this motion as it was presented requires unanimous vote, or the entire motion goes down and we start again.
Yes.
Okay.
Any more questions? All right, I'll go ahead and take a vote. All those in favor, please raise your hand. 6 aye. All those against? 1 nay. Motion fails. So now get your calculators out and add up for the text that's in black.
Well, it's added up here as 1.4375 for the 2019 tax rate without the golden penny. But I don't have the language, since it still gives us more money, I don't have that language, so someone else will have.
So if you're not going to approve the golden penny, and I assume you want to lower the INS rate, then that gives you a total of 1.4184.
Madam President, I move that property taxes be levied for the 2020 tax year by the adoption of a total tax rate of 1.4184, which includes 0.9534 for maintenance and operations, and 0.4650 for interest and sinking as outlined in the ordinance.
Second. I have a motion from Aaron and a second from Alexis. Any further questions?
In giving up that fifth penny, can you explain a little bit more about what that does?
So now our revenue budget is automatically 1.4 million less in what we will realize. So we're going to be short. So we'll need to do a budget amendment at some point and reduce revenues, which increases our overall deficit.
Okay.
Do we ever have a chance to get that penny back?
When you approve the tax rate next year, possibly, if the law does not change in the next session.
That's my concern. The golden pennies don't come by very often.
Can Alexis, I'm curious, since we didn't have any discussion on that item, why you voted against that? If you can just I'd love to hear why.
I just, in this time of global pandemic and people losing jobs and houses and such, I don't feel it's a good ask of our community. I know in some of the numbers it was about, $7 It just went from $49 a year tax increase to like, without that golden penny, it's about $7. And so I don't feel comfortable increasing taxes in this time frame.
So to be fair, we're not actually increasing the taxes, we're actually decreasing the taxes, but because of the property value increase, what the net impact on the homeowner is going to be is they're going to pay slightly more taxes, about $49, which is about $4 a month.
Right, but then we get close to a break even without that.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. I just want to make sure that even with the golden penny, what we were doing here is actually lowering the tax rate, not increasing.
Any further questions? All right, and to be clear, if we don't get, is this needing to be unanimous, or is this one just going to be a 2/3? This one's majority?
This is just a majority vote.
This is a majority.
Okay, all right, we good? Any questions? All right, all those in favor, please raise your hand. I count 4 votes. 6, okay. Well, let's do it again. All those in favor, please raise your hands. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. All right. All those opposed? 1 opposed. Motion carries. All right, board members, we'll move on to our next item. We have some items that were here. We can try to dispense with some of them quickly, but if we don't get rid of them quickly, get them dispensed quickly, then we need to maybe reevaluate. The first one is considering nominating a trustee and alternate for TASB stipend for the NSB Advocacy Institute.
Madam President, if I may, we have one more item under C.
Budget amendments.
4, please.
Yes, I'm sorry, we can't move on. We might not even move to those other ones then. So let's see how we're doing. Consider approval of budget amendments. I'm sorry, Elaine. Thank you, Dr. Garing.
I thought maybe you just wanted to approve it with no explanation, which would have been fabulous. I want to remind the board that we are now going to be bringing you budget amendments on a monthly basis, and so this is the first budget amendment to the 2021 budget. There's quite a few items attached for this item. Number one, I just want to point out that the budget amendment is a new format. And so we've aligned the budget amendment to mirror what you saw in the budget documents when you adopted the budget by function. And so now you can see the changes within function of what is going on. The main reason for the budget amendment this month is to cover the cost of purchase orders that were rolled from the 1920 year. And what that means is we had orders that were placed, and through the end of June, those orders were not received. And so we roll those POs to the new fiscal year when the items will be received. Most districts, when they roll POs, also roll the budget to cover that so that departments and campuses are not harmed by having orders that they placed in the prior year coming out of their current year budget. What this does is increases the overall deficit that is budgeted, and so that's why there are several attachments for this document, because I don't want you freaking out, for lack of a better word, that the budget deficit has grown. What that means is that our surplus for 1920 grows, and so over the 2 years, it's a wash. And so what I can point you to is the summary of revenue and expenditures attachment, which is the last attachment for this item C4. And what we have done is updated the projection sheet that we've been presenting to you for the last several months on where we think 1920 is going to fall out. So at this point in 1920, the only thing left that could hit the books are the actual cost of August payroll that will be booked back to June, and any audit adjustments. So we've pretty much paid everything that's going to hit last year. And now our projections are showing that we will end 1920 with a surplus of just over just under 41 million. So that's quite a bit different than what we looked at last month, and I will be the first to tell you that we were very conservative in our estimates as we went through May and June, not knowing what all was going to be ordered, what was going to be received, and being the first year with the fiscal year change, trying to estimate what the July and August payroll would be. So the good side of this is we're going to end 1920 with a pretty substantial fund balance, which gives us a little more wiggle room to absorb the original budget deficit that was adopted in June. So at the very bottom of that page, if you can look at that, the purchase orders that were rolled, we actually had $9.2 million worth of purchase orders that were not received and paid in 1920. So those are going, 8.2 million of those are going to hit in 2021. So that $9 million not hitting 1920 is contributing to part of the growth from 18 million to 40 million. The other variances are in payroll. We have another 9 million of savings after July payroll was posted and what we're estimating August to be. And then all the other areas, because we overestimated what would actually hit the books, of about another 3 million of savings. So long story short, we originally projected that the end of the current fiscal year, that fund balance would be about 147 million if all of our revenues came in as budgeted and we spent every bit of the budget. We're now projecting that we would end the current fiscal year with just under 157 million, which is about 7 million more than we started last year with. So the budget amendment, back to that topic, is to add budget for the purchase orders that are rolled. This is something that you do every year. It's a little bit higher this year because we ordered a lot of stuff at the end, in the middle of June, and so those items did not have time to come in. And so bottom line is we're going to have a bigger surplus for 1920, which will offset the POs that are hitting in 2021.
So Elaine, I'm wondering, the motion just says, I move the board approve the amendments for the 2021 budget as presented, which is great, but when we put it in record and we go back to read it, we have absolutely no idea what we passed, or the public doesn't. So I'm wondering in the future if we could have just at least the number, whether it's an increase we're amending or a decrease we're amending, just a little bit more definition on what exactly is in part of that motion amendment, just a little bit more
Absolutely.
detail.
We can make the motion more descriptive.
That'd be great. So I move that the board approves the amendments to the 2021 budget as presented.
I'll second.
I have a motion from Pam, second from Jim. Any further discussion? Okay. All those in favor, please raise your hand. 1, 2, 3. I need you to keep your hands up. I'm sorry, Zoom. If you're voting for it, I want your hands up. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 for it. Okay. Those opposed? Okay, 2 opposed. So 5 for, 2 opposed, motion carries. I'm sorry, y'all. Just with Zoom, I got used to looking in this little square, and now I have to look in peripheral. We're working through it. All right, we're going to move on to the next item. Seeing it's 11:41, I think we need to go ahead and move into the other items. We'll see what we can get done tonight. The NSBA stipend, if we don't get to it tonight, we miss it. It has a deadline. So that's the only one that has a time sensitive on it. And the other one too, our board meetings. We might want to talk about that one if we can get there. Right now we're going to go to item A1, consider approval of the student code of conduct and dress code.
I move that the board adopt the 2021 Student Code of Conduct, including the recommended dress code as presented at the board agenda review meeting on August 2020, in addition to the goal concerning hair.
Okay, I have a motion from Gloria.
Could you restate that? I think I know where you're going, but could you restate that?
Sure. I move that the board adopt the 2020-2021 Student Code of Conduct, including the recommended dress code as presented at the board agenda review meeting on August 2020, in addition to the goal concerning hair. I think I removed the 20.
I'll second that.
Okay, so we have a motion from Gloria and a second from Jim. We can now move to, I know you're here to present for us. I believe what we have, I was going to give us some background, but we'll keep going. Because even though there's a motion, if y'all want to amend or think about that, there's an option of if we don't vote for this at all and we end up tabling it, we revert back. The other option, and you can say it's option 2 or 3, and you can reverse them. It doesn't matter which way you number them, but one option has what was presented at our August 20th agenda review, and then there's another option in language that we've also seen. And then I guess another option is you can make a motion or amend on other pieces. So we'll let you go ahead and take it from there. That's about as clear as mud, I think. You can help clear that up for everybody. Well, we're going to deliberate. Do you not want to? Do y'all not want to hear anything on that?
No,
okay. All right.
I'm ready for the discussion.
Okay. All right. Do y'all have anything else to present on that?
I would be welcome and glad to walk through the timeline of how we are here this evening. Just as a reminder to our trustees, we started our discussion back in June when I came to you and asked for an extension on the passing of the student code of conduct and the dress code. As we were reviewing the dress code, we looked at the language and we saw language in the dress code that we wanted to change. But we wanted to do it in a way that was not just based on discussions at the administration level. And so, with your permission, we formed a committee, and over the last month, the committee has met 3 times in person through Zoom and had opportunities to share feedback through Google documentation. Based on the discussion last week, trustees had an opportunity to provide feedback. Based on that feedback, we submitted some extra documents for the board for the trustees to look at. Knowing that we had a week turnaround to receive that feedback, we did not receive feedback, as board members had the opportunity to think. We wanted to get that to you as soon as possible, but to receive all the feedback, it was until yesterday that we submitted that information to you. Each trustee had an opportunity to submit feedback, and we tried to capture that feedback in the extra documents that we submitted. And then based on the hair conversation and listening to some of the trustees, we included a document that addressed hair in our dress code. And so based on that, we do have multiple documents. We have the original dress code, not the original dress code, but the dress code that we presented last week that is open for adoption. We have the amendment or the extra on hair, and then if you choose to look at the language that was struck through and to consider that. I will tell you, as someone that has been an administrator in our district for 15 years, as an assistant principal, and a district administrator, I have experienced working with students, and I've gone through grievance processes because of the dress code. I have had to correct staff members. I've had to correct students. I've had students crying in my office. It is a process and something that we work through as administrators, and it has an impact. It affects our students, and I've seen it firsthand. And when I looked at the language and I saw the different drafts come across my desk as Brian was working with the committee, I didn't know that we would be able to get to this point today. A month is a short turnaround, and I know that. And I appreciate the board giving us that opportunity to do this work. As someone that also has a 16-year-old daughter in our schools that is impacted by this daily, I would be the first one to tell you, I don't know that we would have been able to get to this work that the committee did. And I am proud of the work that they did. I believe in the work that they did. I believe it is the right work, and I believe it is the right document. And I would encourage the board to adopt the dress code that was presented on August 20th. with the amendment on hair. I know it is not a perfect document. I know it's a document that we will look at throughout the year. We are a continuous improvement district. I fully believe in that. And how is it adopted today is something that we will continue to look at and make sure that we're doing the best for our students, each of the students that are listed. So I ask the board to adopt the the August 20th presentation that was presented to you with the hair as a part of the document.
Madam President, Board of Trustees, I just want to thank John and Brian in particular for the outstanding work that they've done in a very short amount of time. And I wish to affirm my support for their recommendation and the administration's recommendation to approve as John just laid out.
John, we had an attorney speak to some legal challenges that we could be open to. Specifically, they mentioned the offensive and intimidating language. Have we had attorneys look at this document?
Yes, ma'am. We have had our in-house counsel look at the document. I am not an attorney, and so I do not want to speak as an attorney. If Sean would like to address that, I do know that I have reviewed the document. Sean has seen it, and he has provided some guidance to me on some of the language. I can't speak in legal terms, of course, as well as Sean, but.
Sean, do you want to address that?
I'll also note that the committee looked at a lot of other language in many other school districts, and that same language is referenced in many other dress codes around not only the state, but around the country. So I don't believe that, but Sean, you could tell us more.
Austin and Seattle, but I wouldn't say broadly.
I'll try to be general. If you have very specific questions about application, I do want to make sure that I'm careful to protect your attorney-client privilege. But what I can say is that I understand the stance that Mr. Sands was making when he made his public comment. And yes, you could interpret something as offensive language, something like that, as being vague and potentially vulnerable to a First Amendment claim. However, that's always true regardless of the language that's in there, and districts, unlike other public bodies, have a little more latitude in their ability to regulate speech in the school place in order to maintain order, and there are several cases that have supported that over the long haul, stretching back into the 70s. I could go into detail about that, but I don't know if that's a productive use of your time this evening. If you have any other specific questions, though, we can talk about that.
We'd have to move to closed, correct?
We could. I mean, I can answer some questions just about the general state of the law, but.
So in general, but if we're going to go into specifics, that's a different discussion.
Yes, I mean, it's at the board's discretion. It's not my call whether or not to waive your attorney-client privilege.
Pam, I'm sorry, Mike again.
I'm not sure this dress code is ready to move forward. I wouldn't mind an attorney that is familiar with this and that has seen some cases. I would really like to have some different opinion. I was very excited about this dress code overall. Last week and I was talking, but I was really looking at what we did for the dress code, of how we really opened it up for females and then Dion came in and talked about the hair, and I completely agree with that. That needs to be part of our dress code. But then I started looking, we got just as many emails on the language under the philosophy as we got teachers talking about the dress code tonight. And I really feel like we are just silencing the voice of so many parents and kids out there that aren't quite ready for this dress code, aren't quite ready or understanding it, and really need some definition on what we're talking about. Because I'm not sure I can put a definition to all these words. So I was just looking for some more clarification. I'm happy to pass the dress code portion. I think the top portion goes way beyond dress code. It goes through a lot of political beliefs and political agendas, and I just don't know if that's a place in our schools for that yet. I'd like to hear from the community. And frankly, I also talked to several members on that committee, and that language was not there, so I really would like to hear from you, Gloria. Or Alexis, either one.
That language?
But they said that language wasn't there when they voted this out, so.
That was the first language that was put in there.
Sure.
And there was never really, it was always in there. It was the first language that was put in there. And honestly.
And where did you get it? Where was the language from?
Oh, when we opened up, first as it started, I thought y'all did a really good job on this. I've actually used that whole style in other meetings that I've had. But we had the old dress code, and it was put in a document for us all to give comments on.
Yeah.
And really, one of the first things that came through was that we can't strike this through. Like, it's just, it's wrong, it's not relevant, and we want to start fresh. And so we started fresh and putting different bits of information in there, and really the first piece of information was that objective, that statement that starts on our dress code. And it stayed there, and it was always there, and really it wasn't even, what's interesting to me now is it was never even a point of contention. Really, what we talked about more was hoodies and hats and straps and things like that. So I do think that's interesting. That I will say that one of the speakers that came tonight was really from a lobbyist organization. And if you look at the emails that we received, y'all all know they were all exactly the same. It was the exact copy and paste email over and over.
Well, I can say that on the other side of the thing, too. That was a lot of copy and paste emails.
Well, yeah, I'm not even talking about the emails. I'm talking about who showed up here tonight to speak. It was our teachers. It was our teachers. It was our educators who waited, who came here, and a lot of them were waiting to talk about COVID, but they felt like this was important. I think if our teachers are telling us that this is something that's important, I also think for the past 2 years, we've been sitting here and we've been listening to our community. Mm-hmm. We've been listening to our community plea with us from right there saying, please, we need y'all to be anti-racist. That's what we need from y'all. And this language that's in there is specifically addressing anti-racist, not being passive about, oh, we're just going to pretend like that's not happening. They're begging us to be anti-racist, and that's what that language does. So right now, if we go through and this language was there for a brief second as a recommendation, and we say we're going to strike this part out, right there, we are showing, I mean, it's visual when you see it like that. We are undoing all of the positive anti-racist, anti-sexist work just with that red pen.
So how do you answer all the families that emailed us that wanted just to change some of the language?
Right.
Because I don't think they feel like they're being racist or sexist. They're trying to do with their belief systems and what they think is correct and good for all. So how do you answer them?
I answer that we need to listen to the voices of our communities that have been marginalized. To me, when we say that, it's like, it's the equivalent of let's send a survey out to all of our families and tell us if we've had racism behavior, if there's racist behavior. Well, and by doing that, you're telling all your people of color, oh, well, you're wrong. You're wrong because this person and the majority of people said you're wrong. I feel like by doing that, we're saying those voices, you were wrong. You were wrong because we don't know that. Because people sitting on another side, they don't experience that. They don't know that. I think what's so powerful tonight was it was our teachers and our administration. Our administrator, John Graham, he was AP, a principal, an area superintendent, and last night I was in our diversity and equity group. It wasn't everyone. There were some people that were quiet, but there was other people on that call that are teachers and principals. And as we're talking about diversity and equity, we had people start crying when they saw that. They said, we're over here working for diversity and equity, and we see this. What are we doing? Like, you're telling us that this isn't the district. When we see this red line through here, redlining through all the things we're working on, it's telling us, no, that's not really a real thing.
So, and you're welcome, thank you. And the rest of the board's welcome. How do you answer the parents, which keeps going on in my mind, trying to do this, that this goes beyond dress code, that this is pushing an agenda that many do not believe is the proper place for schools to deal with. Not that they disagree with it, not that they're trying to be racist, but they just don't believe this is the, I'm sorry, what? Ideology. Whatever it is that hang on, let me finish my statement. And they're worried about their little girls, this opening the door to just whatever, just to anything. It goes beyond dress code. They are worried about a boy dressing up as a girl and going into the restrooms. How do we answer that? How do we prevent that? And is that real? Is that a real scenario? I mean, this is what goes on in my mind. How do I make all the children comfortable, not just some children comfortable?
Board members, and let's remember, what's so great about the new system is in the mics you can see if somebody's, if you see somebody's buzzed in, you can see them waiting. And so Aaron, I think I saw your light come on too. So.
Yeah. It's all right. It'll be easier when we're all awake, but I think Gloria's right. We have certain folks that have been speaking to us for a long time, and we need to listen to them. We have community members who participated in our committee. We want to listen to them. I think they're not the only constituents in our community that we need to listen to. I think we need to listen to all of our community, and that takes a little bit of time. I think I was personally a little bit surprised by the size of the change from the version before the committee and the version after the committee. The significance of that change is part of the reason why we're having so much discussion about this, I think. And I think it's important that we try to get it right. For me, I look at the document and I see things that look potentially internally inconsistent in some of the language. I see things that I'd like to get a stronger legal perspective on. Open session here may not be the place for me to get that. I'm sensitive to time and all of that, but if it's worth doing right, it's worth taking the time to do it right. And I don't want the late hour or the pent-up expectations to cause us to move faster than we ought to move to do the appropriate due diligence to review these changes. And so for that reason, I think I would feel more comfortable if we took just a little extra time, if we had an opportunity for a little bit more robust discussion with legal counsel and an opportunity to talk about some of what I think are internal inconsistencies in some of the language. I'll point a couple of those out. I'll point one in particular out. Under the Our Values section, bullet 2 says, and I'll use my own words here just a little bit to help draw the inconsistency out. It says, in essence, I can use my speech to choose the cut of my clothing, and that's my choice. And if it's a distraction for you, that's your problem, but I get to do it. If we go down to our goals and we start looking at the language, where is it here? maybe I'm looking at the wrong version now. Sorry, I'm having a hard time finding the reference. But the point was, when we start talking about the actual images or language on the clothing, if we can construe those as inappropriate, if there's a reasonable construction that's inappropriate, somebody else, not me, can determine whether that speech is appropriate or not. That's the potential inconsistency that I see in that language. And so I'd like a little more opportunity to explore that and any other legal questions or concerns we have about this direction.
Our board attorney is watching us online and did offer if we wanted to move into closed, we can move into closed with a motion on the table and have further discussion if that's what the board wishes to do.
I'm going to learn this. I understand that we don't have to pass this tonight. And again, we're at a 12 o'clock hour trying to do really important decisions and discussion and work. I guess that's all I want to say. I don't know if I want to move into close. We've got so much other things on this agenda we've got to get through. We're already at a 2 a.m. meeting without that. So I would prefer not. I have some legal concerns with this document. I want to be fair to all of our kids. I want to recognize marginalized children. I want to do everything that we can to get this right. And maybe we are just rushing it a little bit.
I think our marginalized communities have been waiting for a long time for action from this board. And I think we started the meeting, we got into the, our actual agenda late because we had a lot of citizen comments. And I think if we're going to have a late night and we got to start getting things off this agenda one way or another. And if we have questions that we feel we need to ask our attorney, then I think we should ask our attorney. That's my opinion. But we can take a vote. I think our marginalized community has been coming to us for a long time, and we've been saying, wait, be patient. And I don't think it's acceptable to tell them, okay, wait some more now, because it's really late at night and we don't want to have this discussion. I think it is, like Pam, it is late. But I still think these are agenda items that we have to get to.
I actually would like to talk to Holly in closed regarding some of the language.
Okay. I'm looking for I was looking for a wholehearted board, like, yes, let's go to closed. Since I'm not seeing that, I feel like we do need to dispense of the motion if we're going to vote on if we go to closed, because I don't know how that works, having two votes open at the same time.
Okay, so before we do that to go to closed, I want to speak to a little bit of the process that got us here with 3 hours of citizens' comments. And that's basically because we gave a task to our community, our administration. John, great job, by the way. Alexis, Gloria, thank you for the role that you played in this committee. We as the leadership, as the ones that the community look to, they've made their voice loud and clear that for far too long, we have turned a blind eye to the damages that are being done to certain populations in our district because of racism, systemic and institutional racism. They've been pleading with us to fix this, and we as the leadership, we formed a committee, and we said the first thing we're going to look at is the dress code. And so this committee went off, and they did good work, and they brought something back that a committee of community members, administrators, and board members said, this gets us there. This starts answering the mail for those things that people have been bringing to our attention time and time again. And so last week we looked at this document, and I was so profoundly moved by this document. I remember saying, can I see the original? Because this doesn't even look anything like the original document, to which I was told, well, no, we threw it out and started over. And I was like, even better. And then this leadership team decided to, well, look, if you have changes, let's not have a conversation in open. Let's send it. It's almost going back into closed. Let me write down so nobody knows who it is that made these comments and these changes.
Hang on.
No.
That's just not fair. We followed a process that we were invited to follow by the administration. That's all. That's all.
Okay, what I'm telling you is, in hindsight, I think that's a horrible decision. We should be having these conversations in open.
And we're doing it right here.
Okay, but now we're talking about going back into closed to check on the legality and
that's the only appropriate place to have that conversation if we're talking about attorney-client privilege.
My bigger point is, we are here tonight having this conversation because nobody expected to see the changes without, quite honestly, without accountability of who wants these changes. And so here we are. All of those comments were talking about how the board has abandoned them. This board member didn't abandon. This board member was fine with what we were looking at. Now, when we're talking about adding changes to things that we missed, like hairstyles, which I was like, oh, holy crap, we didn't think about that. That's a good addition. But what we ended up doing is, in the eyes of the community, we kind of went behind the curtain and stripped everything out. I understand why they're upset. If we want to have a discussion and closed over the legalities of whether or not certain language is defensible in court, I'm all for it. But to Gloria's point, how many more times are we going to kick this can down the road? We're not saying you need to accept individuals that you may have issues with. What this language is saying is protect them. If you don't accept who they are, that's fine, but you don't get to continue to marginalize them, to bully them, and to make them feel less human than they are. We don't get to do that anymore. So, and I'm not picking on any individual board member. What I'm saying is I'm passionate about this, and we need to quit dissecting, and we need to make a decision that impacts these kids that have been marginalized for far too long. That's what I'm saying.
I don't hear any board member here criticizing the work of the committee. I don't. We were invited as trustees to participate in a feedback process by the administration. We did that. They processed that feedback and produced a revised document, which we're now discussing, in contrast with the original document. There's nothing wrong with that. That's just I guess, one group's collective feedback about the document. That's all part of the process. That's exactly what Dr. Gearing's team asked us to do. So don't shoot the board for participating in that exercise. We just did what we were asked to do and provided feedback. For my part, the only concern I'm raising is I want to make sure that it's defensible and enforceable, that we're not opening ourselves up to unexpected litigation, that we've considered the details in a way that this will stand up. If it's all right, I'd like to make sure we do that. If we can do that tonight, if the legal preparation has been done so that we can have that conversation with our attorney, fine. If we need time to do that, I'm just asking for a little extra patience so we can make sure that what we adopt can stand up.
Trish, can you explain to me why consultation with our attorney, how is that attorney-client privilege? I mean, it's not about someone, it's about a document that we're talking about publicly. And so I'm not really sure why this has to go into closed.
Okay, so let's make sure we're clear on why it would go into closed and why you can keep it in open and what needs to happen with motions. If you want to talk about general, John can answer general questions for us tonight, and we can ask him a question, and if it gets too close to the area, he'll say, I can't do that one has to be enclosed. In general, if we're asking for specific questions about what can be a lawsuit against us, hope, Sean, I'm looking at you, then that has to be enclosed. I did reach out to our board attorney before this item came up during our break earlier to ask if she would be available if we needed her. But we would probably have to give her a little bit of time to get ready because we'd have to move her over. Y'all, there is a motion on the floor in a second. So the options before you are to ask for a vote. You can pull down your motions, but I think if you do that, waiting for Holly and we move on to another agenda item, you'd probably want some sort of assurance, right, that you can still bring this back up, that we're still going to go ahead with that one. So those are kind of the options before you. Does that make sense?
That makes sense. And you've spoken with Holly and she can speak with us tonight?
If we have specific questions, yes. And she hasn't told me she's ready yet, though.
Okay.
And we can start trying to ask Sean some general questions. He will stop us, though, if they're the ones we have to take to closed. Am I correct?
That's correct, and I think you fairly well articulated it. I mean, if it's general questions of the general state of the law, we can talk about that, but if you're going to ask me questions about the specific defensibility of different language, that's clearly a attorney-client privilege type of communication.
I wanted to speak to it. I'm a board member who's concerned for every student in the district and wants them to be treated equitably, and fairly without discrimination. Everyone is important. There's not one group that is more important than another. All students must be treated fairly and equally. To ensure effective and equitable enforcement of the dress code, school staff should enforce the dress code consistently and in a manner that does not reinforce or increase the marginalization of or oppression of any student. Everyone is important and must be treated equally and fairly. And with that, I was going to move that we pass the August 27th motion. So I know you do, but I mean, that's where I am, because in my mind, if we start naming groups, we start leaving out groups, and that is my concern.
So we know we have another motion in the wings, depending on how we want to disperse with this motion. So
I don't want to disperse with my motion until I know that if our attorney can speak with us. I'm not going to ask our marginalized community to wait for another month. I think at this point, our marginalized community will get a sense of where we are as a board, and are we going to take action to protect our marginalized community. It hasn't been all students that have been here for years crying and pleading with us to protect them. It has been a significant number of students and parents that have sat here and begged us to protect them. Those communities are asking us, show us that we're important, show us that you heard us, and protect us. Protect us right now. And so if we're asking questions about the legality of some of the language, and we're going to go and have a meeting with our attorney, then I'm fine with removing it. If there isn't confirmation that that's going to happen, then I'm going to leave my motion and we will see where that goes.
I believe you can leave your motion, y'all's motions in place as we move back to closed session. Our attorney is ready to meet with us in closed session. There you go. We do need to move. We need to, well, y'all are making sure I stay on my toes. All right. I might need another one of those pieces of paper. It is 12:16 p.m. and the board will now go into closed session for the purpose. Oh, yeah, you're right. Yes, it is. Yes, it is. It is 12:16 a.m. and the board will now go into closed session for the purposes permitted by Texas Government Code, including Texas Government Code 551.071, consultation with attorney regarding pending or contemplated litigation and/or attorney-client privilege matter. The board will return to closed session. Will return to open once we finish closed session discussion. There will be no action taken in closed session.
Are you waiting for, oh yeah, I was on because, just so I won't forget when I need it to be on.
All right, board members, it is 1:18 a.m. on August 28th now. There was no action in closed. We went to close to ask our attorney questions under the attorney-client privilege, and we are now back and open to take up where we left off. We were on agenda item, consider approval of student code of conduct and dress code. We had a motion and a second on the floor.
Yes, we sure did, and after consultation with our attorney, it feels that we need to offer a friendly amendment, so I would like to do that, please. The friendly amendment will read to include the language in the dress code that is consistent with the protected classes in FFH local.
I second that amendment.
I have
motion, sorry.
I have a motion for amendment by Pam, a second from Gloria, and we will have any debate that y'all might have on that friendly amendment or any updates y'all want to do or discussions on that.
I don't know if we want to explain what that means a little bit to folks about those two policies, but we have our board policy, and there are protected groups in there that, Dr. Gearing, you could be much more eloquent with this than I can, so go for it.
Thank you, Gloria. So the problem arises in the dress code policy references the student code of conduct, and FFH has protected classes in the statement of non-discrimination. If the board were to approve the dress code policy as presented, those classes would not be aligned with the protected classes that are already in the statement of non-discrimination in FFH local. So what the amendment does is references FFH local inside the dress code, so that when this policy is approved by the board, those two remain consistent. We're going to work on putting that as a reference language to FFH, so that, because FFH is coming up in update 115 from TASB, and so as it changes, this policy won't have to be amended again. The student code of conduct won't have to come back again.
All right, so the individual student groups that were listed out, we're now, those in two places in our policy, we're now going to refer, instead of the individual groups, to our policy FFH, so everything's aligned.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And this amendment changes nothing else other than that, correct?
Yes.
Okay. All right, I think we've had enough discussion. Now that, we have to vote on the amendment first. Don't let me lose track, y'all. All right, so we're gonna vote on the amendment, friendly amendment proposed by Pam, seconded by Gloria, to reference our student groups that are listed. Instead of listing them out, we will reference our FFH local, which already has non-discriminate groups that we will not discriminate against. Did I say it? Close enough? The protected classes. There we go. Okay. All right. With that, can I please have a show of hands if you approve, agree, of the amendment, the friendly amendment? That's what we're talking about right now. Okay. I've got 7 ayes, no nays. That amendment is now on the first amendment you made, which is now to accept the policy from August 20th with the change of the FFA. Everything else is in there. Gloria, put your mic on, yeah.
And also the addition of the hair.
Okay. All right, we had a motion from Gloria and a second from Jim on that. Is there any further discussion? Okay, because we've discussed and discussed. All right, all those in favor, please raise your hand. 1, 2. Oh, 7. 7 in favor, none opposed. Motion carries. All right, board members, we are going to go on to what will probably be our last agenda item for this evening, considering extending virtual learning through phased opening.
Thank you, Madam President. We have the team coming up, and they're going to get our slides ready. Slides. So thank you. We do want to talk about the start of in-person learning in the district and the phased-in approach to that. We did spend some time with this last week, but we feel like it's really important to spend some more time on that this week. This is obviously a topic that is sensitive and has opinions on both sides of it. And so we want to spend some time going through this again. We've taken the opportunity to reach out and get lots of feedback from lots of different stakeholder groups in the interim, and we want to share some of that feedback with you so that you can understand what has happened. I want to make sure that the board understands that our job tonight as a Board of Trustees is to consider extending virtual learning by an additional 4 weeks until October 5th of 2020 in order to phase in-person learning over that time and to mitigate our COVID-19 risks. And so just want to point out some of the items that are in that waiver and point out that to start, the board's job is just to approve the waiver. We're going to explain the phased-in approach, and we're going to put all the details on the table so that you can understand what it is we're going to do. You're not necessarily approving the phased-in approach. You are really just approving the waiver that will allow us to conduct that phased-in approach. If the board does not approve the waiver, then TEA is requiring us to bring all students who want to come back to the district on September 8th. And so I want that to be very clear to the board as we go into this discussion. We had the ability to start the year with 4 weeks of virtual instruction. We have taken slightly less than that if we start on September 8th, 2 days. We talked about this some last week. And then we have this ability to take an additional 4 weeks if we apply for this waiver. But the waiver does have to be board approved before we can submit it to TEA. Within the board approved waiver, we must bring some students back to school. So it does not allow us to continue after September 8th with 100% virtual instruction like we have right now in the first 4 weeks of school. If the board were to want to continue virtual instruction after that additional 4 weeks, then we would have to apply for an independent waiver with TEA, and those would be considered on a case-by-case basis at TEA. But we did want to point out that that is an opportunity for us, and as we go through this additional 4 weeks, should the board approve that, then we will, of course, watch the numbers very closely. And should it become necessary for us to apply for that, any additional waiver after October 5th, then we would bring that back to the board for approval. It's important to note that any student can remain 100% virtual for the entire year. So that student choice is in place. Any parent or student who chooses to remain virtual can remain virtual for the entire year until the end of May. There will be designated periods, points in time, where students can come out of virtual and come back to in-person learning, but those are going to be restricted to the end of grading periods, with the exception, of course, of September 8th, which is the start of our phase-in, if students meet the phase-in guideline criteria that we're putting into place. if the positivity rate in Travis County were to drop below 5% while we're in the 4-week phase-in period, then we would have the ability, we believe, to bring back any students who wanted to be back in person during that time. We are going to require all staff to return to the buildings, to our campuses and their buildings starting on September 8th, unless they have an approved accommodation through our HR department.
Bruce, what if the rate is different in Williamson and Travis? How are you going to address that?
That's a great question. We have been utilizing Travis County as our standard up until now, and that's why we are continuing to reference Travis County numbers. Travis County has been more restrictive than Williamson County in terms of the orders that their health department has put out. And so that's why we've been using that as a barometer for making our decisions up until now. And we will continue to do that. However, we are in close contact with Williamson County and the Williamson County Health Department. We're on calls with them at least once a week and sometimes twice a week. And so we will, of course, balance those two just depending on what they have.
Do you foresee doing something differently in Williamson if their numbers go down first?
I do not think so. I think it is, it serves us well to make one decision for the district, even though we exist in the two counties. And that's why we've chosen Travis County to be our barometer. They have a larger number of cases and a higher positivity rate in this point in time. And so if we use that as a barometer, if they get down to below 5%, then we're pretty sure that Williamson will be below 5% at that time as well. But we'll be watching those numbers very closely before making any of those recommendations.
Bruce, Dr. Gehring, to clarify for the board, I believe there was an interview that made it sound like this was already kind of something that was moving forward, that it wasn't going to be board decision on this, and I'd like to let you have the opportunity to clear that up, because that didn't sound right when I listened to it. So.
Yes, ma'am, I did that interview yesterday, and you know, I'm second guessing myself now, so I'm pretty sure that I made it clear that this was pending board approval tonight, that this was not a done deal at all. But you know, I'm second guessing myself now. I hope I did say that, and if I didn't, I do apologize. But absolutely, we're waiting for board approval before we move forward with any of this.
Pam, right. But yes, Pam's right. She said it was administration recommendation. This is what they proposed to us last time. Nothing has changed. Just making sure we clarify.
Yeah, and to clarify, of course, if the board does not approve the waiver, then everybody's coming back starting September 8th who wants to come back. If the board does approve the waiver, then you're not approving the phase-in approach necessarily. That is an administrative decision, and one that we're explaining to you, but one that we're making. The board is just providing the opportunity for us to implement that phased-in approach, but that is absolutely an administrative decision.
Devin and I had the opportunity to meet with focus groups. We had about 60 participants of teachers and parents from all three levels within our system. We've really enjoyed the perspective of our staff and our community and our parents. And we had the opportunity to meet with these groups to review the phase-in plan, provide some guidance, answer some questions, and then allow the teachers and the parents to ask us questions. We used this feedback as we redesigned and made some tweaks to our phase-in plan. It was very valuable for us. A lot of our staff brought up concerns about the health and safety within custodial staff and then the cleanliness, and so we were able to address the PPE, as well as our parents that talked a lot about siblings, Seniors, when do we phase the seniors back in? Substitute teachers, what are we going to do about that when our staff has to be out? And then the secondary learning model, some clarity on what does that look like in our secondary campuses for that instruction. So those were the themes within our focus groups that were identified. We were able to discuss and talk through a lot of that and take that feedback. It was very interesting when we spoke with the focus groups. We had staff and parents that were understanding of the health and safety needs of a phase-in plan, but also did voice their concerns about the hardships that a phase-in would put on a family. We wanted to recognize that and know that there's no perfect plan. We just have to make the best plan that we can to keep our staff and our students safe. But also, there were lots of comments shared about the clarity that this process provided us. Once we were able to communicate and discuss, answer some questions, hear their questions, it provided some clarity, and there was a lot of feedback that this was a logical approach. So still a hardship on our families, but definitely in the clarity they were able to recognize our goal in a phase-in plan.
Same mistake. So since March 13th, we have not had in-person instruction at all. We've lived in this COVID-19 world, and we all know that we're living in it together, but experiencing it in very different ways. Our charge as an administrative team is to listen to as many voices as possible, including our public health experts, our parents, and our teachers. And I think we've done that continuously. Have we been perfect? I don't know. I don't think so. I don't think we can ever be perfect when it comes to meeting the needs and hearing all of the voices. Our latest effort to do that was also in this thought exchange in conjunction with the focus groups that Kimberly mentioned. We wanted a place that was consolidated in a single place for people to share their thoughts and feelings about the phase-in plan. We're responding and moving to the changes in the guidance from the different counties and states and the state agencies. And after being able to present that plan last week, we thought having a single place where we weren't restricting thought based on a multiple choice, and we're honoring the voices of the different experiences. I can just speak my truth. I know people who have kids at home who are struggling to balance work and to balance technology issues and keep kids on Zooms, like you all know. I have friends who've had to deal with their parents on ventilators, and we've had death at a historic level in this country. So we know that emotions are running high, and you'll see that in this thought exchange data when it comes to the reality of what we're all facing. I think it's important to clarify, even though we know and are familiar with thought exchange as a tool for collecting data, I did want to take a moment to be able to explain and to summarize how this tool works. So Thought Exchange uses an algorithm to ensure that every comment gets an equal distribution of ratings. So it is not an expectation that that a single person rates thousands of items. The goal of a Thought Exchange is to amplify all of the voices of people who are submitting and avoid one person overtaking the submissions that come through there. Because people can submit an unlimited amount of ideas, the intent is to find common ground and identify themes, not to see which single comment will get the most ratings or the most votes. The intent is to find agreement, identify trends, and give voice to all of those who participate, and then to create transparency because the submissions are visible for everyone to see in the top ratings in the tool. To give you some insight into our short thought exchange window, we had 4,800 participants, and you can see the breakdown. It was mostly parents and guardians, but also a sizable amount of teachers and staff. We had 6,000 thoughts and 194,000 ratings. We sent this through our Remind system to 84,000 people, and we had 61,000 people to read that message, the survey, and the messaging was all in Spanish and English. I'm not going to spend a ton of time reviewing this data. It's in the packet, so I'm happy to answer questions to it. I do want to focus on I think, which is one of the most important and powerful tools in the thought exchange. So thought exchange will create these differentiated groups based on common responses. So you'll see group A to your left, and it's very tiny on there, but it is in the board book if you will need a larger copy to be able to read it. Essentially, you'll see the group on the left, that's about 1,200 people who rated comments in the same way, and you'll see that is very much a group that is cautious about wanting to return to in-person learning. They're supporting virtual learning. They don't want to reopen schools. You'll see group B on the right, and that's very much a group that rated comments and thoughts relating to returning to in-person without a phase-in very highly. And in the common ground, what you'll find is a lot of comments supportive of teachers, supportive of instructional staff. The challenge is those things can't all happen at once. We can't provide students choice and continue to provide staff choice because those things conflict, and that's, I think, probably the crux of this polarized argument when it comes to reopening schools. I shared some top thoughts here as well from our survey for their thought exchange that you can see, and you can see that alignment with the parents and guardians versus the teachers and staff, which is also what you see in our public comments for the last few meetings on this topic. When it comes to the themes, it's the same kinds of areas. I don't know how valuable this data was because these are just the general themes. I think this data is most valuable because you'll hear Devin and Kimberly address these issues that we saw in the thought exchange a little more clearly and articulate those in their presentation, because I think what our thought exchange, one of the most valuable parts of this exercise was being able to identify communication gaps and create clarity as we move forward in these times.
So we wanted to make sure that we just reiterated what our rationale is in this phase-in approach. Our job is to start slowly and steadily in order to open, but then remain open as long as possible. We need to initially reduce the number of students we have in our buildings so that we can effectively test our protocols and make sure that we can manage minimizing spread as we come back in person. And we need to be aligned with public health guidelines to make sure that we're meeting the needs of both Travis and Williamson County and the recommendations that they've made to us as we start to open school. The small numbers allow us to adapt to the different scenarios that we're going to encounter. And we're trying to honor family choice as much as possible, so we do have that ability for families to remain virtual for as long as possible if that's what they choose.
No. Bruce, is there any way to let seniors go back on the 8th?
We are going to get to that right in just a minute.
Okay, good morning, Madam President and members of the board. So this is just a general overview of what Travis County has provided to us as the stages that they recommend and are using as guidelines for school districts across the Travis County area. So they recommend in their guidance to schools that schools start off with 25% of their in-person students at a time. Of course, currently, this was just a couple days ago, Travis County moved from phase 4 to phase 3, which allows up to 50% of students, but that doesn't change their initial guideline that when a school district opens, they recommend that 25% come at a time. Currently, we know that a 5% positivity rate are the ideal conditions for all students to come to school, but Travis County is currently at 7.6%, and Williamson County is higher at 8.1%. Okay, so a little bit of clarification from a lot of questions that may be on your mind. So in full transparency, reporting confirmed cases. So we are going to provide reporting data to the the Texas Department of Safety and Health Services. So we will provide that data to the state as we have confirmed cases across Leander ISD when that moment comes. Of course, for parents, we notify parents in all cases as well. Any staff or students that come into close contact with a confirmed case would get personal notification, and of course the entire school would get a blanket message letting them know that there was a confirmed case on the campus as well. It is also important to clarify that any confirmed case may, highlight that may, require an entire classroom to be quarantined. So, as an example, is it possible that an entire class would be quarantined for a confirmed case? Yes. Is it possible that perhaps just a group of students would be quarantined if there was a confirmed case on campus? Yes. But our protocol that we have spelled out in our health and safety handbook tells us that when we have a confirmed case on campus, what we do is we work through a protocol which involves us contacting the Williamson or Travis County Health Department, and they give us the guidance. After we describe the scenario out there, they will give us the guidance about who exactly needs to be quarantined when we describe the situation. As far as in-person learning, what will it look like for parents that are sitting at home at 1:45 in the morning watching this board meeting? Well, masks will be required for all students and staff during the entire school day. That is of all students. From pre-K through seniors. For elementary, we're really going to be depending on masks, social distancing, and hand washing to dictate the behaviors and activities that we integrate into the school day. Students will be in class only with other students who chose in person. But it is also important to note that at this time, across our schools, we can't guarantee a maximum class size. That really depends on the number of students that are choosing in person versus the number of students who are choosing to learn virtually. At secondary, teachers will be supporting both in-person and virtual students. Instruction will be delivered virtually for all students, and students will switch classes throughout the building. The goal of this instructional model is to provide as much consistency and continuity as possible, so that if a student were to go from virtual to in-person or in-person to virtual, it wouldn't cause so many fluctuations in the master schedule across the school or class changes from who the student has as a teacher. And again, class size is going to be very dependent on the number of students that choose in-person versus the number of students that choose virtual. Kimberly, do you mind adding to this with special education?
Sure. I want to address the mask question as well, that we are already working with our students. We know that some of our students are going to have difficulty wearing a mask or a face covering within our facilities. Our staff is already working on that. We shared a picture last time of a teacher that serves students in ICAP that had a puppet. They were both wearing masks. And so we're really working on being creative to work with those students to help them be able to wear that face covering so that we can keep them safe as well as others on our campus. Looking at instruction within special education and as well as 504, for elementary and secondary, we are committed and we are operating to implement IEPs as written to the greatest extent possible. We know that our students need that in-person learning. Some of them are struggling virtually, and so we will implement those IEPs as typical for regular instruction as they're on campus pre-COVID. We will be working with families. Communication is key. We need to have discussions about what that's going to look like, and we know that that might look different for every student based on their individual needs. Within secondary, as you see, that the instruction is going to happen virtually for all students, even in-person students. But I do want to make sure it's very clear that within those asynchronous times, our students will be pulled in small group instruction. They will still get their related services that they would typically receive. Our inclusion staff and our special program support staff will be coming in. All of that instruction will still happen as written in the IEP. So they'll get the instruction from the teacher as well as their support staff during those asynchronous times. We know that hands-on learning, repetition, reteach, pre-teach, and all of their accommodations are important for them to make successful gains within their education. And so we are committed to continuing that in their instruction.
Real quick, I do just want to reemphasize, leading from one of Dr. Gearing's, I think it's a Brene Brown quote, "The clear is kind." I do think it's really important that we emphasize the maximum class size and how we can't control that. We are limited still by space and staffing. So I think that there might be a misconception out there because 50% of students pick in-person or virtual learning, then that means my student's classroom is only going to have 50% students in there. And that's not the case, especially at elementary, because we're going to have teachers who are teaching 100% virtual and 100% in person. So therefore, our schools are making some effort to reduce classroom sizes, but there's no across-the-board guarantee that that's going to be a smaller number. We're hearing from parents who have their kids in programs right now in a daycare setting where there's one student to 6, 7, 8, 9, or 10 kids, and that's not what we're saying when we open for in-person at elementary. Secondary will look closer to that depending on how many kids choose in-person and virtual learning because of the instructional model that our high school principals and middle school principals chose, where teachers will be teaching both in-person and virtually simultaneously. That was definitely an area of concern in the thought exchange as well that we heard from teachers in working through that challenge and doing that. That decision was made as a mechanism for controlling class sizes at secondary and being able to socially distance to the best extent possible.
I'm sorry, can I ask a clarifying question? Because you mentioned thought exchange and we're talking about secondary. One thing that I'm having a hard time just visualizing, help me with this. How does a secondary teacher protect themselves with the mask in the physical classroom and still teach virtually? I'm having a hard time visualizing what that looks like.
No, ma'am, that's an excellent question, and that is actually a concern that came up in our focus groups as well from one of our secondary teachers. We recognize that concern, and so we're working with a lot of our instructional leaders at the campus level and district level to really help model what that can look like in a classroom and make adjustments as we see necessary. So exactly what the answer is to that, I don't have that for you, ma'am, but that is something we recognize that we have to work through in these next couple of weeks leading up to September 8th.
Before y'all move to the next slide, is that a good time to ask questions? Because I think I'm seeing some questions on that one.
I just wanted to clarify around Gloria's question. I'm not sure I understand what makes wearing a mask and doing virtual instruction harder or different from wearing a mask and doing in-person instruction.
Because virtual, I'm talking to my kids via a Zoom, and I just think it's that much harder to, with the microphone, and
yeah, well,
so that was my question, was wondering, I see the teachers right now working really hard to connect via Zoom, right, but it's not with the mask. It's a lot of expression and a lot of that face-to-face, and I think that's what helps that virtual platform work so well. And my concern is once they go into the classroom, they're going to have to be masked up, and so how they're going to connect to their virtual students is also going to suffer.
Yeah. I guess my thought was just it's going to be the same as what we're doing tonight, right? It's kind of like in person, right? Everybody's wearing a mask and we can't see each other's mouth move and we can't see facial expressions.
But we're sitting right next to each other. We're not, when we were on our Zoom meetings, we weren't all wearing a mask.
No, I understand.
Yeah.
I understand, but I mean, if you're in person, it's going to look like this too, right?
Yeah, but I think the screen adds another barrier.
On that slide, number 24, if you could just explain that asterisk, during the phase-in process, there may be some schools with mixed classrooms with student learning in person and virtual.
So that was a note because once we're completely phased in, elementary school students who are in an in-person learning environment are going to be only learning with kids who are also in an in-person learning environment. That's the difference between elementary and secondary. However, based on this phase-in model, there's a scenario where there could be some mixing in classrooms because you could have a fourth grader who's a staff member who gets to come in, who's a staff member's child who's coming in for in-person learning through the phase one, and that child's teacher might also be will be teaching virtually, and that fourth grader will be in the room. So we wanted to make that note. It's not relevant to in-person learning overall, but on a case-by-case basis during the phase-in, it's possible that an elementary student might be learning with kids both in person and virtual.
In addition to that, I want to add that within special programs, we are committed to continuing those inclusive practices, but during this phase-in plan, for our students that maybe are served in an SLE environment or an ICAP environment, when they go to a different setting for science, for inclusion, there might only be a couple of students there within the first phases of the phase-in plan. And so there might be a mix between in-person, so there might be an opportunity for them to go into that different setting, but if there aren't many students in there, they might just participate in that fifth grade science class virtually with the manipulatives with them so they can still experience that. And so there might be a mix of in-person or virtual learning within their schedule, just so that we can continue those inclusive practices.
I just wanted to add one more thing too. So about 80% of our elementary teachers who applied for a virtual teaching position actually will be teaching virtual kids, but those teachers are not all teaching from home. So some of those, a lot of those will be teaching from the building. But I wanted to clarify that based on an earlier conversation we had. Hope that makes sense.
I know there is, there's no guarantee on maximum class size, but particularly for elementary, I wonder if I could get a sense for class size ranges. I've heard reports that in-person classes might be as small as 15 or something on that order, whereas virtual classes could be 40 or something in that range. Is that accurate, or what's a better expectation?
Yes, sir. We do have a lot of in-person classes are in the teens. That is pretty confident to say. With virtual classes, yes, they are going to be larger because that is part of the balance. So in order to have our in-person classes be at a size that can allow social distancing to the greatest extent possible, we do have to create virtual classes that are bigger. Now, a virtual class of 40, I don't know of that, sir. But that would be something that we would have to look at with a principal and find another way to lower that class size. But yes, we do have class sizes in virtual that are in the upper 20s or even the lower 30s. Yes, sir.
And we will have more detail on that next month because Carrie Lynn will be bringing class size waivers for those virtual classes next month, and we have a significant number of those that we'll be asking you to approve because of the virtual setting.
Just one other question here as it relates to secondary in particular, where I think we maybe have less certainty about how many in-person students may appear for some of those classes. Our ability to social distance in those classes may vary significantly from class to class, or those experiences may be different from class to class or even period to period. Any sense yet for how effectively we'll be able to social distance, or maybe classes or sections where that's a particular concern?
Yeah, and that's part of Mr. Johnson, that's a great question. That's part of the reason we are pursuing the phased open model. It's because it's really a chance to have a smaller population of students in the building and test our protocols. Our principals and our teachers are really putting in a lot of work currently to design those protocols to allow social distancing as much as possible, but it's really going to take that first group of students in the building to see if these procedures and protocols work.
I think it's important to make sure that what Dr. Escott and Dr. Palazzo in Williamson County have also been saying is that those three things go together. So we've got to have masks, we've got to have social distancing, and then we've got to have hand washing. When you do those three things effectively, then that's the best protection. So we're going to be working hard. The hardest part of that is going to be the social distancing, there's no doubt. And so we're going to have to work really diligently on making sure that we maintain that as much as possible, based on how many students we have in the building. But that is absolutely going to be one of our challenges.
Okay, a few other clarifications here. So, a natural and difficult reality is that when we do allow students to return to schools or buildings rather in person, consequences that we have limited choices for allowing teachers to be virtual anymore. So, which is why on September 8th, we do need all of our staff members to be in the buildings, aside from medical accommodations that our HR department is providing. Health response and PPE, we will and are working towards making protective equipment available for students and staff members, particularly with masks and hand sanitizers. Now, there has been a question amongst our teachers and staff for them to bring their own protective, portable, or personal equipment for their classroom. And so we would allow that if a staff member wants to bring something of their own. We just ask that they work with the campus, who will coordinate with the district to make sure that everything gets pre-approved in order to make sure we have a reasonable consistency across campuses.
I just want to re-emphasize this part because this is something that we have changed based on our feedback. And so initially we were very nervous to allow teachers to bring their own perspex screens or shower curtains and things like that, concerned really about things like fire code, the safety of those materials in the classrooms, in terms of sharp edges and things that, if they're not attached to something, can fall over. So we are going to allow them to do that because of the feedback that we got, but we are going to have to work very closely with our campus and district administrators to make sure that those things continue to be safe for our students.
After receiving all of the feedback from the thought exchange, as well as emails that have come in and our focus groups, we've also gone back and looked at the health guidance as well. We have continued our recommendation to be a 3-phase plan. Our health guidance recommends that there be a 2-week time period, and so our phase 1 does continue to be 2 weeks, whereas phase 2 and phase 3 continue to be 1 week. So those timelines did remain the same. Looking at phase 1, this phase did stay the same as well as we presented last week. This includes students served in special education, as well as our early learners and our students that are transitioning to a new level. So pre-K, kindergarten, 1st grade, 6th grade, and 9th grade. And then a clarification on this next part is this also includes students that have no internet access at home. I think last time it was presented, there was confusion that meant they would have no internet access in the building. And so this is just students that do not have internet access at home. We want to provide a space for them to access their learning. And then continuing with the children of our staff members, and that does not just include our teachers, that is any staff member within LISD would be able to allow their students to return. If we are asking them to return so that they can focus on serving the students of our community, we're going to allow their kids to come back. All other students not in phase 1 will continue in virtual empowered learning. The changes come in phase 2 and phase 3. We heard loud and clear that there was the hope that our seniors can return sooner. So we did add our seniors to phase 2. So continuing with 2nd grade and 7th grade as presented before, but 12th grade would be presented in this phase. And then in addition, we have students that are served within 504. The only direct service through 504 is direct dyslexia services. And so we would allow those students to come back in phase 2. All other students not in phase 1 and phase 2 would remain in virtual empowered learning, and phase 3 would begin. And our change there is that 11th grade would be added. And so we've had lots of questions about 4th graders, 5th graders, and then now 10th graders. Those students would return on October the 5th, whenever all of our students were back in person.
I don't know what's wrong with me.
It is. Don't remind me.
Was there any consideration for families who have 2 elementary students in the household? I've heard that kind of loud and clear this week. I'm not sure who I'm supposed to be talking to here. I've heard that loud and clear also, that they've got a second grader and a third grader, and this is impossible to get one to school and keep one at home and vice versa. So we may not can do it, but I'm just wondering if there was a conversation around that.
Ma'am, that was an important question that, yeah, right here. That was a really big question that came up, and it was actually something brought up by our focus groups. We have spent a lot of time considering that and thinking of how could we make considerations for siblings, and honestly, we continue to talk about it. The difficult part with that, Ms. Wagner, is thinking about what would be that consideration for that one family? Like, where would that caveat be that we would make an allowance there? But we continue to work through that, ma'am.
I guess I was thinking in terms of if we're allowing staff to bring their children back and we have a third grader already there anyway, then we're already making provisions for that third grader to be there. So families with 2 or more elementary students, I can just see the hardship of that family. So I appreciate that you guys are at least thinking about it and looking at it.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, we looked at it pretty carefully. One of the problems that we run into is there are, in our analysis, not very many families without multiple students in the district. And if we're going to keep it at 25%, if we open it up to siblings in that first round, we're going to very quickly exceed the 25%, which is then going to create a different problem for us. So I don't honestly think that we can do it in that first phase. Let me say, however, that within that first 2 weeks, we are going to watch very carefully what's happening. Because we're back in stage 3, we have the ability to bring up to 50% of our students back at any time. And if things are going really well inside that first 2 weeks, we may consider looking at what happens at the end of phase 1. And if our numbers hold true to what people have said they wanted to do, in other words, we have that 50-50, then there's the
health within Leander ISD. On September 18th would be the end of the 6 weeks grading period for middle and high school. And that's significant because around this time, our schools will be communicating to families that if they want to change their setting from either in-person to virtual or virtual to in-person, they can do it at that point. On September 23rd, we would communicate and confirm what phase 3 looks like. And again, we would adjust based on what the reality looks like that for our students and staff members and the guidance of public health. And then on October 5th, all students who choose in person can return, and then on October 9th is the end of the 9 weeks grading period. So at this time, if you have further questions for us.
Board members, when we do questions tonight, let's try to do one at a time and ask one, let somebody else go, and one, somebody else, and then we'll see how we can do. Bruce, you did mention something about if there was needed, you would be willing to, you would call a special meeting. What was your thought on that? I just needed to follow up. I just can't remember why you would need a special meeting of the board so we're all on the same page.
I don't remember what I said, so
okay.
I'm not sure.
Well, I'll think about that some more.
I apologize.
Nope, next.
Dr. Goering, you said that we're only voting tonight to extend the 4 weeks. Is that correct?
You're voting tonight to approve the waiver to TEA, which would allow us to extend the second 4 weeks of virtual instruction. That does require us to start bringing some students back, but it allows us to limit the number of students that come back. If you didn't approve the waiver tonight, then we'd have to allow anybody who wants to come back on September 8th.
Jim, I think I'm feeling some of your, I think Jim and I we have some apprehension about how what the process is, but I also realize that that's an administration decision, and you are doing the work to figure out how to do that and keep our families safe and our staff safe. And I appreciate that in here we did say that as we give our families more choice, that is less choice for our staff. And
I just want people to appreciate and realize that when we say, we hear a lot of families saying, what's the big deal? Everybody gets a choice. I think it's important for those families to realize we're giving families a choice, but our staff has to be here on September 8th. And what we're voting on tonight is TEA is allowing us these 4 weeks, but we have to show a phased plan if we have this 4 weeks. And if we don't vote for this 4 weeks, then everybody who wants goes back on September 8th.
Yes, ma'am.
Oh, were you ready to read it?
I have a question.
No,
I have a question. So just so I'm clear, so fine arts or electives or extracurriculars, or so if you're in phase 2 or phase 3, are you participating on campus in those, or?
So if you are remaining as a virtual learner after September 8th because you're not in one of those phase categories, then you'll continue exactly as you are now. So students who are involved in hands-on classes or extracurricular activities are currently allowed to come up to campus for those classes that are offered in person, and then they return to their virtual learning for the rest of that time. So they will continue in that same vein as virtual learners.
Going back to what Gloria was saying, if we apply for this waiver for an additional 4 weeks, TEA says, yes, you can have this waiver. TEA also says, however, you have to start bringing people back regardless. And so if we do that, you're saying that we necessarily have to bring the teachers back, everybody back on September 8th. If we don't approve the waiver, all of the teachers have to be back on September 8th.
Correct.
So where I'm stuck now is basically we have no way to protect the teachers and staff returning earlier than we think is safe. Either way, they're coming back September 8th. Is that what I'm hearing?
Mike? Well, I was going to say, but I think with the phased opening, we're able to facilitate a phased opening and bring it in at that 25, and able to try that, test that, get our operations polished. I think with the extension, yes, everyone has to be back September 8th, but I think with the extension, we're able to keep everyone safer. We're able to try our processes out for 2 weeks and make things better so that we can keep everyone safe.
I get that. I was under the perhaps misguided impression that asking for an additional 4 weeks gives us the ability to allow for numbers to get a little bit better before the teachers come back. Let me finish this point. So all of the conversations we've had, and all of the comments, they run the gamut, right? Everyone is advocating at the top of their lungs for something they truly believe in, and there are no wrong answers. There are no right answers. We are making what is really a least worst decision tonight. We can solve for the economics. We can solve for the politics. We can solve for the social, emotional health of our students. We can solve for the health and safety of our students. There's all of these things that everyone has a particular thing that they're trying to solve for. The sad realization that I'm coming to tonight is no matter how we vote this, our teachers and staff are coming back September 8th. I'm sorry it's 2 o'clock in the morning, but I'm coming to terms with that aloud. So I just want to make sure I had that correct.
The difference there being, if we don't do the waiver, not only we can't even offer our teachers virtual. At least with the waiver, you can offer some allowances of teachers of high risk not to come back to the campus and maintain their job. Without the waiver, there is no virtual. Everybody's back on campus, right or wrong.
Devin, would you put up that slide for us? Because I think we just need to be clear. That first one where it talks about the waiver.
And then if we do have outbreaks and we have to close the school, then we can apply for a waiver to go back to virtual. Is that correct? If we have a situation that requires us to close?
So I do think it's clear just to point out, students will have the option for virtual the entire school year. This is only talking about students who choose it.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, we're clear on the choices that the students and the families get. The thrust of my concern was with teachers and staff.
Yeah, so let me clarify something, and I hate to say this out loud because it creates a set of consequences. I think the state has made clear that the decision-making authority in this situation rests with the Board of Trustees. And so you could make a decision to keep us 100% virtual if that's what the Board of Trustees decided to do. That has consequences, however, in terms of funding, because of the rules that TEA has put out. And so what we're presenting you is the options that we see are reasonable within the guidelines that we've been given. But I think the Board of Trustees does have that authority to make a different decision if you choose to do that. However, there are consequences to those decisions.
Right. Thank you for that clarification.
Several months ago, when we started discussing plans for returning to instruction in the fall, I talked about we could already see different parts of our community kind of gravitating towards different particular family needs and individual needs and challenges. It became very clear to me that choice was going to be a critical part of an effective solution. And we've done a fine job of solving for parent and student choice. But at the same time, I suggested the importance of some element of teacher choice. I recognize that we're here to vote on a waiver, so I don't have phase-in options to vote on, and we're not doing that tonight. But I have to say I am disappointed that the phase-in plan we've chosen, the approach that we've chosen, doesn't allow more choice for our teaching staff. I think in a scenario where only about 50% of our students appear to be demanding in-person instruction, it perplexes me that we're asking 100% of our secondary teaching staff to be in the classroom in person, to Gloria's earlier observation, teaching essentially a virtual class to students who are both at home and in that same classroom with them. It seems to me that there were solutions here that would have allowed more flexibility for some of our teaching staff, particularly our secondary staff. So I'm frustrated by that, and I get that choice for students impacts choice for teachers, but I think we've chosen a path that further limited choice for teachers that maybe we didn't have to choose. So I'm concerned about the in-person experience that our secondary students are going to have, where, yes, they'll have an in-person teacher in the classroom, but they'll be focused on their laptop because that's where all the material is for those in the class who are taking the class from home virtually. That's not going to be the in-person experience that those teachers want or that those students want. And so we've kind of narrowed that possibility for them. So I'm disappointed that this is the best we can offer our teachers. That said, as far as the waiver is concerned, our alternatives are to phase in or to have everybody show up on the 8th and figure it out together. I just frankly don't think we're ready for that. I think that's too much for us to absorb all at once. I think we have to phase this in so that we can learn as we go, and we can learn from small mistakes early so that we solve for those and keep as many people safe as we can. So those are my thoughts.
Thank you for sharing, Aaron, and for what it's worth, I share in your disappointment that we're in the position that we're in. We have examined this from every direction that we can think of, and based on a lot of conversation and a lot of trying to solve this problem different ways, we are bringing this recommendation to you tonight for approving the waiver so that we can phase instruction, in-person learning in starting on September 8th. And I understand that this is going to be very difficult for our staff, but at the same time, we need them now.
In regards to some clarity I'm looking for, as far as we saw in the comments that y'all presented tonight, questions about custodial crews, and do we have enough to keep our buildings clean? Will our buildings be clean? I think, we saw a lot of the thought exchange up here. Governance team has been inundated with emails, and so we've also seen those sentiments also duplicated as far as, do I have to bring my own cleaning supplies from home? Will there be enough for me at school to clean the classroom or to clean my area like I need to? Can y'all help answer that?
We are, so the demands on our custodial staff this year are going to be great. We're asking a lot of our custodial staff to help take care of our buildings and our classrooms, our students and our teachers. If a staff member wants to bring their own material to have wipes or take care of something in the classroom, they are welcome to, but we're going to try to provide everything that a staff member may possibly need. And a lot of those allotments have already been provided to campuses, but we know it's not going to be enough for the duration of the year, so we'll continue to reach out to campuses and see what they need.
I have a question about the advocacy that we as a board had sent out a letter, and we had a certain rate that a statistic, a number, a line, data point that we were looking for before we pull people safely back into the classrooms. And I understand that administration is now saying instead of looking at that number, we want to move to a positivity rate, and that's the number we're looking at. I just want some clarity in what we're doing, why is this a good number for our community?
So I think we've all been living in conference calls and all of the different advisement and changing. What seemed to happen with positivity rate was the CDC put that as a recommendation tied to school reopening with that 5% number designating a hotspot. So Williamson County aligned to it. And now Travis County, although a lot of their phase-in models revolve around hospitality, the hospitalization rate, they have now made public in their dashboard tool that positivity rate. So it is a single data point that aligns from the CDC and is available from both counties.
So our health officials are saying, and the CDC, we have a positivity rate that is lower than 5%. They feel that that's a safe number where we can return to school, and we're not at 5% right now.
So clarification, then our health authorities are saying, though, even with this rate, we can return, well, from what I've heard Dr. Escott say is 25%, or even at Travis County, we could go up to 50, but that's not what's being proposed.
It's like turning on the mute button on Zoom, and it's a new button to push and make sure you have on. You can see here, it's the breakdown from Travis County on terms of what their guidance is. Again, to what Devin mentioned earlier in the presentation, although stage 3, which Austin Public Health Travis County moved to just this past week, allows for up to 50% of learning in person, they have recommended starting at 25%.
Right, and in much the same way, excuse me, much the same way that we've acknowledged that when we say 25% does not necessarily mean that we're going to, each classroom is only going to have 25%. You may have a classroom that shows up and everybody's there. You may have another classroom that's completely empty, but in terms of the overall number of students, we're looking at 25%. I can't help but think that, though it's not specifically called out, when they were saying 50% of students return, that would mean 50% of the teachers would return. And I'm stuck with the fact that we can't do that. You have a motion listed here. I would like to maybe break it into two. I'm going to take a swing at it, and we can vote it up or vote it down and go from there. But Madam President, I would like to move to extend virtual learning by an additional 4 weeks, as provided for by the Texas Education Agency. No, ma'am. What I'm saying is I'm moving that we apply for the waiver for the 4 weeks.
And stay completely virtual.
I didn't say, my motion is I am fine for the waiver.
But if we,
I think the waiver is only available if we have a phase-in plan. So if we apply for the waiver without the phase-in plan, that's kind of DOA, right?
right, then everybody has to come back.
All right, I'll withdraw my motion.
So I'm going to move that we extend virtual learning by an additional 4 weeks as provided by the TEA, Texas Education Agency, in order to facilitate a phased opening of in-person instruction and mitigate the COVID-19 risk.
I have a motion from Pam, but I would need a second.
So I will second, but then I want to say something. Is that okay?
Yeah, and then we'll open it. So we have a motion by Pam, second from Alexis, now deliberation, further deliberation.
So I think this is a very difficult decision that none of us on the board take lightly. I don't want to speak for anybody, but I know it's all hurting our heartstrings. I want to thank all the parents that reached out and their personal stories and how this is impacting their lives. Also, the teachers, we know how it's impacting their lives, and they're not in a win-win situation. We are depending on them more than ever. And I know I have close friends that are teachers, and I know the struggles that they're going through. I know we're working through unprecedented times, and we should try our best as a community to lean on each other and not fight each other. We need some unity. You know, and I did tallies of our emails over the last week or so. We have 120 parents begging us to open schools September 8th. We have about 67 that want a delayed start, which I don't know how we get to. But so because of those emails, you'll see my vote. But I'm going to choose to honor those that are asking us to open schools. Not that I think I'll win, but that's not the point. But I just want to say my vote will just represent those families.
Any other discussion? I guess I'm not sure what you're saying. Are you saying, because you second this motion, so do you want the phased in, or are you saying you don't want the phased in, you want us all to go back now? I was unclear.
Well, I think the phase in, you know, we add those extra parameters for our teachers and our staff, and I think it helps us work out some kinks. I'm just saying, because of the amount of emails, I will vote accordingly.
Seconded.
Yeah.
Gonna vote.
Yeah. I know it's a contradiction, but I think that's where we're at. I think there's no good choice, and I think that's what, yeah. So I'm owning my contradiction is why I wanted to give the explanation. Yes, okay.
Forgive me if you answered this in the presentation, but I'm really tired now. For hardship cases, do we have any route of appeal to, say we have a single working parent or some parents with challenges? Is there any appeal process if it isn't their time to go back yet?
We would take into account any hardship on a case-by-case basis, ma'am.
I'm curious, again, clarity is kind. And I know, Bruce, you hesitated, but I want to make sure we're clear because I think the reason we have hesitation is there's so much, we could be talking about this for hours and hours. And so when you bring up a new item, it could extend talk time considerably. So I'm going to try to summarize it. And if I'm not summarizing it correct or restating it correct, then I'd like you or administration to correct me. We have the option to not approve the waiver. So that means if we don't vote for this motion, then if we're not voting for the waiver, then we'd just go straight back 100% all in September 8th.
Well, all of those who wish to come back in person
Could go back. If that's a good clarification. The second one is if we vote for this motion, it allows administration who spent time and trying to figure out. It's not the perfect answer. Again, the perfect answer is if COVID would just please go away, but we don't get that one. So given what we have, this is the parameters that administrations come based on Austin Public Health, Travis County Public Health, Dr. S. Scott's recommendation, 25% phased in. This is your answer. There's also, from what I understand, there is like this other thing that I think you're talking about, that TEA, we could try to do some type of, an individual case of trying to do 100% virtual, but we think that would have more implications. Is that what you said?
No, so I'm not talking about this additional 4 weeks. That would be after, no, hold on a second. Let me make sure I'm saying this right.
Well, it's 2:30.
I think he said before that if we stayed 100% virtual beyond the 8th, that's your question, right?
Could we apply for a case-by-case waiver to do that? But we would have, I think, the case-by-case waiver, based on the discussion, you'd still have to have some type of phased-in coming in. And I think administration, or at least district, is telling us that would still be problematic based on their research information. So I just want to be clear on that.
I think if we stay 100% virtual after September 8th, I think we have a funding problem. With TEA's guidance the way that it is. Now, could we apply for an individual waiver with TEA based on, I think we'd have to have some really solid data to base that on. It's possible. If they don't approve it, then I'm not sure where we land, and I'm not sure how fast we can get that done.
So this way gives us clarity, at least, as to kind of the direction of where we're headed.
For at least another 4 weeks, yes, ma'am.
It occurs to me that I've made an assumption. Maybe it's better if I ask you, Dr. Gearing, to comment. This goes a little bit to Alexis's observation. If we don't approve the waiver, as we discussed, everybody goes back on the 8th that wants to go back. How difficult would that be for us? What would be the implications of starting all those classes on the 8th? I mean, it wouldn't necessarily be a change for our teaching staff because they're all going to be there on the 8th anyway. So talk me through that real quick, just so I understand what the consequences would be.
It's a great question. So if the numbers hold up and what folks have committed to with the 50-50 turns out to be true, then we on September 8th would bring potentially 50% of our kids back as opposed to 25%. Could we manage that? I'll ask you to interrupt me if I speak out of turn. I think we can. Is it ideal? I don't think so, because we now got twice as many students as we've planned for. I think we can do it physically, but will we do it as well as if we just have 25%? I think it helps us to iron out some of the kinks of not so much the classrooms themselves, because I don't think it changes that necessarily, but I think of the common areas and the transitions and the lunchtime, the hallways, recess, those kinds of issues, I think, become more complicated with more kids at one time. My fear is, however, that if we allow in-person learning to anybody who chooses to, we could potentially end up with 75% of our kids coming back, because I think things have changed potentially since we asked the question and got those numbers. So I don't know the answer to that question. I don't know what would happen.
Well, just to be clear, we keep talking about 25% and 50%. But if only 50% of our students want to be back in person, and we're talking about a 4-phase rollout of in-person learning, where we're taking basically a quarter in each of those 4 phases, we're really talking about, on average, this won't be true for each phase, but somewhere on the order of 12 or 13% of our total student population in each of those 4 phases to get us to the 50%, right?
Yes, sir.
So our phase 1 would be, I don't know, somewhere in the 10 to 15% range, and we keep adding with each of those phases. So we're really starting well below 25%.
Dr. Gearing, if I may, in the first phase, when we include children of staff members and our students in special education, students without internet access, then we get to that 25% number easily in most, if not all, of our schools, sir.
And just to be clear, that's 25% of all students, not 25% of 50%.
Okay, thank you for the clarification.
A motion and a second, and I guess we could just what ifs all night, but at the end of the day, we're not going to make even 50% of the people happy. We may make 75% and we may make 25% because we don't know what those numbers are anymore. But if we're going to try to protect the teachers in the best way we can, this phased-in approach is the best way we can, because they don't have to deal with 50% or 75% of those students on the first week of school, and maybe they get their bearings of how they want to teach and move forward also.
Mm-hmm. I agree with him. I don't think happy or being, supportive. I mean, when I went down and listened, started marking the emails, the against phase reopening was I could see that kind of consistent trend, but against was because I don't want to go back yet, or because I want 100%. And they both sides had very good information on data that they were looking at and what they were feeling of why they wanted each part. I think district and we all find ourselves in a very unusual situation with COVID, and it seems like phase 2 is not the optimum. The optimum is COVID's gone. We don't get that. So I think that's the phasings where we end up. Okay.
Well,
yeah.
You actually brought some clarity to that, right? Because that is the sticking point for me, is how do we best protect the teachers? And I'm not happy with my choices are we can vote for this and bring it back on the 8th, or we can vote it down and bring it back on the 8th. What you've said actually brings a measure of clarity in that if we vote for the waiver and bring in the phased approach, we do give them the safest environment that we possibly can. And there's no right answer, there's no wrong answer, there's certainly no easy answer. We have a motion and a second, and I think the what ifs are done. I think we need a vote.
Okay. Board members, are you ready to vote? All right.
Can you restate the
motion? Pam, you had the motion?
Go ahead.
I move to extend virtual learning by an additional 4 weeks as provided by the TEA, which is Texas Education Agency, in order to facilitate a phased opening of in-person instruction and mitigate the COVID-19 risk.
That was a motion from Pam, a second from Alexis. We've had discussion, so we're now going to vote. All those in favor, please raise your hand. 1, 2, 4, 5, 6. 6 ayes. Opposed? 1 opposed. No nays. Motion carries. All right, board members, this has been an interesting evening, day, morning. We have moved through a lot of the agenda. With your permission, and if there are no objections, I've kind of walked y'all through some of the items that will be moving over. That means the board meeting schedule for September is just going to stay as it is. It goes to default, but we'll make changes for October through June at our next meeting. The DIP, we'll have that on our next agenda item. And then the other items I mentioned would be the core beliefs and the resolution. There are no objections.
Could I make a request that we consider item 9B5? I don't think it will take very long, but I think it is important that we have representation. If we have a board member who wishes to attend that Advocacy Institute, I really think that's a very valuable thing. Okay. And if the board wouldn't mind taking just 2 more minutes to consider that, I think it's worthwhile.
Okay. Board members, no objection? It's consider nominating a trustee and alternate for the TASB stipend for the NSB Advocacy Institute. That's in Washington, D.C. I've heard rumors between it's going to be virtual, it's going to be in person. Right now, I think they're scheduled for, right now they are scheduled for in person at that date. It's January, end of January, the beginning of February. Do we have any?
I am interested, but okay. I'm only I want to say that I wouldn't want to go physically. If it was virtual, I would be honored and I would really enjoy attending, but I do not feel comfortable traveling right now.
The dates of the Advocacy Institute are January 24th to the 26th. What we can do is we'll have to see. We can go ahead and make nominations tonight for going and an alternate, and then if it ends up being virtual, the stipend might only, if it ends up being in person, the stipend might only be if you go in person. So then the alternate can then go if that works.
So let's.
Right. I don't know what they're going to do if they go virtual. TASB's virtual, but you still have to register for that.
Anybody can register, it's not just 2. There's no stipend involved if it's virtual.
They still charge you.
Yeah, I think it's your registration is what the stipend gets you, right. Your registration fee.
So why don't we leave Gloria if she wants to be the primary, provided that it's virtual. If it's in person, I wouldn't mind being the alternate.
All right. So I have Gloria as the primary.
Unless anyone else wants it.
Okay. Gloria as a primary and Jim as an alternate. We have? All right. All those in favor? Oh, yeah. Question? Deliberation? We are cutting travel. We've cut it so this would be a stipend you'd have to go through TASB to get, and then we'll have to see whatever they don't cover, and then you can come back before the board, see what the final is for person. That work? And again, that's if they end up having it in person, uncertainty, COVID environment. All right, any more discussion? Donna? Oh, we need a motion. I'm sorry, you do need an actual motion. I'm voting on, that sounds good. I need a motion. Do y'all want to make a motion? Alexis, can you turn it on?
I move to name Gloria Gonzalez Delacchia as the nominee and Jim McKay as the alternate for the TASB stipend, which covers the registration fees for the 21 NSBA Advocacy Institute.
I'll second.
All right, we have a motion from Alexis, second from Jim. All those in favor, raise your hand.
I'm just not going to be here. I feel stupid.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay. 6, 7. So motion carries, and board members, if the stipend, if they end up doing it in person and the stipend covers only portion, then we'll have to come back before the board to kind of work all that out in the budget. Otherwise, if it's virtual, have fun. All right. Any other questions? All right, then I see no other objections. We're going to go ahead and adjourn the meeting. Thank you, board members and administration.